Welcome to the December 8th special meeting of the Neshoba Regional School Committee. Tonight is not a typical business meeting. We will be interviewing 3 interim superintendent candidates. We will also be deliberating. I want to make sure everyone's aware that we do have one of our members, Lynn Coletti, is participating remotely. So Lynn, when you need to say something, you can either send me a quick electronic message. That's probably the best. All right, so let me give you a quick overview of what we're going to be doing and how. Right now, we have an open position for the interim superintendent. We currently have an acting superintendent, who is George King. And we're going to be interviewing 3 candidates tonight for the immediate need that we have. The candidates were selected by a screening process in concert with the Mass Association of School Committees, and they sent us a list of about 13 folks, and then the Personnel Subcommittee vetted that list of 13, narrowed it down to ultimately the 3 folks that are joining us tonight. We asked the MASC at a high level to vet their list with 3 main characteristics: strong fiscal management, experience managing organizations efficiently, positive working relationships with the community, which includes the schools, the parents, and our town officials. And then we also threw in there, give us a perspective. The role of the interim superintendent is really to manage the day-to-day operations of the district over the next at least 6 months. We're targeting 6 months. We're not going to be asking the interim superintendent to do very much more than that, other than help guide our existing staff and serve as a resource as well to the school committee. So, quick overview of the process. Oh, and we are continuing our efforts in identifying a search firm for the permanent superintendent. We're not going to discuss that tonight. We will be discussing that in more detail at our next school committee meeting, which is next Wednesday, the 16th at 6 o'clock here in this room. Okay. So, quick overview of the process. We'll have each of our interview candidates come in, sit with us. We'll do a round robin of about 13 questions. Each school committee member will ask their question, and then we'll allow time for each candidate to provide some final comments on things that they would like us to know about why they're a good fit for a wonderful district. Okay. So, our first candidate is with us, and I don't want to take up any more time because I don't want to eke into his time. Mr. George King. George, welcome. Thank you very much. For formality's sake, because I want to make sure that we do this all equally, school committee, Mr. George King, he is currently the acting superintendent of the Neshoba Regional School District. Would each of you please, we'll go around the table, starting with Kathy. Tell us your name, or I'll do it for you. And since you can't speak tonight, since Kathy lost her voice, and the town that you're from. Miss Kathy Tier is from Lancaster, representing Lancaster.
And I'm Mark Jones, representing Stowe.
Nicole Odekirk, Stowe.
Lorraine Ramasco, Bolton.
Kathy Lancaster.
And Neil Darcy Bolton.
All right.
And Lynn Coletti, Stowe.
And Lynn Coletti is on the line, and she is, there she is, she's in Stowe. Okay, so let's see, I guess the first question is mine. Before I ask the question though, is there anything that you would like to tell us about why you're interested in the position?
Well, I think it's just a natural progression from what, being the assistant superintendent, having been here for 10 years. It's a situation that I'd like to offer some continuity and stability, if I can, as the district is in the process of searching for a new permanent leader. I looked at what we'll have to do over the next 6 months, 7 months between now and the time that you aim to have a new leader on board. And it strikes me that one of the major and probably like the chairman said in introduction, obviously the day-to-day management of the school district is critical, and there's a lot of things that do come up in the school district day-to-day. And I'm confident of my abilities to address those issues because I'm very confident with the staff we have in place, the leadership team we have in place here. So I'm quite confident we can keep the trains running, so to speak, to use that euphemism. What I think that our challenge revolves around over the next 6 months is creating and ultimately implementing a budget that is responsive both to the needs of the school district, our student learning objectives, but also fiscally meets the fiscal realities of our member communities. I think that policy document that has to be created by the school committee is the most important policy document the school committee creates each year, and certainly no more years than this year is it challenging, both as we're in transition and also because, let's face it, the fiscal circumstances are always challenging. I've been doing municipal budgets for over 20 years, and I never remember a year where people said, "This is a great year, spend what you'd like." They want to do a whole lot more. So, frankly, I think my skills have been sharpened around budgets that have to be done with, finely and critically. I really do. I think that's some reflection over my overall career. I feel more of my budgets have been done that way, and I don't know if I would be very good at putting together a budget that really had a lot of growth or as good and a lot of abilities. I'd be afraid to spend money. That's always a feeling I have looking at municipal money, public money. So I think this year particularly, I do think we are challenged by the budget, and given the fact that I think that would be a very difficult thing for someone to step in and just to lead that process. So I felt that my skills and abilities work well in that area, and I also think that knowledge of a budget really encompasses two things. It encompasses the ability to understand the budget, the math behind it, how to put it on the paper, all those technical things about budgeting, which are very important. But it also, it revolves around understanding the operation which the budget is attached to. What this amount of money means as far as in the day-to-day operations, what it looks like in action. And I think the combination of those two things, having the technical skills to be able to budget, while at the same time understanding what those budget line items look like in action and what their impacts are both critical. So I think overall that is why it interests me at this time to be considered by you for this position.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to start our round robin. Everybody has their questions. And for folks watching, the questions that we ask will be the same questions of each candidate. George, I have the first one. That is, I think you kind of answered it. Why are you attracted to the district, and what makes you think you are the right choice for this position? And
So I guess my opening statement just blew
I
your
think
first question.
your opening statement probably, unless there's something else you'd like to add to that, I think you answered it.
Yeah, I think I did pretty much answer the question as to what I would say about it. Nothing else jumps to mind right now, so I think that's responsive.
Okay, Nicole?
That's Neil.
Oops, Neil.
George, could you summarize in one sentence each how you believe parents, faculty, staff, students in the community would characterize you as an educational leader? And I can repeat that too because that was a bit
One at a time, right?
lengthy.
Yeah, so I had parents, faculty.
Summarize in one sentence each how you believe parents, faculty, and staff,
Yep.
students, and the community would characterize you as an educational leader.
Okay, one sentence each. That's always a challenge for me, but I'll do my best. Parents, I would say, I think parents would see me as responsive, I think, and I hope parents would say he's responsive and honest in his dealings with us, forthright in his dealings with us. Faculty and staff, I hope they would say that I'm informed and knowledgeable about what their tasks are, and I'm a resource in helping them implement those tasks. Students, I think would say that I'm a visible presence and I'm accessible, and that they can talk to me. I mean, I love talking to kids, and I think that I think for the most part that kids do feel comfortable approaching me. And I think that's, not to get off one sentence, I apologize, but, and I think that is important because, you know, sometimes in the principal role, kids, you know, very occasionally, have to see the principal for reasons they don't really want to see the principal about. And when that happens, I think having that repertoire with kids lessens that, the intimidation kids feel with that. So I do think that's important, so I hope that's how students would see me. The community, let me think about that for a minute. That's one I'm not as confident about. I don't know what the answer to that is, and I think that is, you know, that's probably a point worthy of reflection. I would hope the community would see me as a steward of their, you know, their important investment, their important school district, a good steward of that, someone who's taking care of that, you know, during my tenure. But I think that's something that, you know, does deserve some more reflection, because I think that's something that I've become to recognize is something that's critical, that that we maybe need to reflect on. So I think those are my best attempts at 4 sentences.
Thank you very
With one
much.
exception, I did pretty good.
Neil, the next question is yours.
Okay. George, what are the key differences between being interim superintendent and the actual superintendent, full-time superintendent?
Well, certainly having some experience of that over the last week and a half. Really, it's true. It's definitely different. I think the superintendent, certainly a good superintendent is going to have vision over a long period of time, you know, more than a year type of thing. As the interim superintendent, I think it's important to have vision too, to have an understanding of where things are going, but clearly the commitment, you know, can't be there to that vision. In that, what I mean is you can't commit to things as interim superintendent months and years out. That would be the responsibility of the permanent superintendent. So the way that, again, it was captured at the outset of this meeting, I think, is probably the best description in my mind. You wouldn't want your permanent superintendent only to be responsible for the day-to-day management of the district over a period of time. You'd want that person to have vision. You'd want that person to be looking for new initiatives. You'd be wanting that person to be cutting edge and breaking new ground. I don't think you want that from the interim superintendent. I don't think it's fair to anybody for the interim superintendent to do those things. I don't think it's fair to the interim superintendent, as they can't obviously probably finish the job. That doesn't mean that I think that the interim superintendent can't do some things in that interim time frame that do set up the foundation for the future superintendent. So I think it is the day-to-day management, with the understanding that the future of the district obviously goes on well beyond the tenure of the superintendent, the interim superintendent. So I think in summary, a combination of two things, and it's an interesting question, and as I say, I have felt a little bit of it the last week and a half. I think being aware of the future, setting things up so things can continue to keep going, but at the same time recognizing the limitations that, you know, the primary responsibility is the day-to-day operations, and like I spoke about a little while ago, I think the budget preparation, implementation, and analysis that has to happen over the next few months.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Kathy Codian, next question.
George, how would you go about preparing for the interim superintendency? And what kinds of information would you need from us to get started or to continue?
Yeah, I guess, we'll go for acting interim, I guess. And I think that is probably a little different too. I mean, that's actually a good point. I mean, as I said, I've experienced it a little bit the last few weeks, but I'm truly the acting superintendent. I consider really that an extension of my role as the assistant superintendent. I mean, that's my responsibility as with the title of assistant superintendent, to step in and do the job until you're able to find someone in an interim role or in a permanent role. So, you know, it is a little bit different. I think what I'd want to know from the school committee, and hopefully I have some evolving and emerging understanding of it, but I think I'd want to understand specifically what your expectations are for the 6 months, if there's anything, you know, the types of things we talked about that are outside just the day-to-day management of the situation. I clearly have some knowledge from being here of what, you know, what you need. I think a review of the district goals and the district improvement plan, probably in the short term, would be valuable to highlight the areas of particular concern, which of those initiatives are important to keep going right now, and which of those initiatives you prefer to maybe wait for a permanent leader to take on, in order to make sure they're molded and crafted in a way that is desirable for the committee's goals. So I think that's the information I would like from the school committee. I think preparing for the job, it's like many other jobs, it's getting feedback, talking to people, being visible. Again, I've been here 10 years, but I don't know everybody in the district for sure. Being visible in the district, just talking to teachers, staff, students, everybody who makes this place work on a day-to-day basis. Just talking to them to get their feedback, just to say hello, just to make them understand that we're in a transitional period, but if everything, but at the same point, time, the business moves on. We still have to do what we're doing. So to try to maybe just keep that level of continuity, like I talked about earlier, that level of stability, let people know that people are in the roles, but at the same point, business goes on day to day. The doors open, the trains run.
Thank you.
Next question, Kathy. Go ahead.
What would your action plan or goals be for the first one as interim, and what about the 5 months after that?
Well, I don't want to be repetitive, but I think the first month would be the budget. And during the first month, and it's, we're getting to the point of the budget now, whereas next week, everybody will be turning in their budget requests to us. And we're going to have to present them, we're going to have to put them together, analyze them, see what it looks like, and work through our process. And really the critical month of that process really is the month of January, because during that month of January, we do a lot of the internal machinations on the budget. And that will give us the first, we spent a lot of time this fall, as you know, trying to make some educated guesses, projections, getting a good understanding of the process and the budget. But in the next couple of weeks, we'll really see what it looks like, and we'll have to really start working on it as to make it the final product. That happens every year. It's obviously going to be a little different this year. The collaboration with the principals is going to be a critical part of that. So meeting with that team, and once we have the perspective on the budget and what the limitations or the opportunities look like, talking to them and getting their ideas and getting their feedback, and being honest with them as to what our abilities are and what they're not, and making that into a team effort to find out how we can put this budget together. So that really takes the first month. I think the major focus of the first month, really, just because of the timing of it. So the second part of the question was the 5th month or the next 5
Well,
months?
the next 5.
Okay.
So,
So I kind of know
So
we're taking 2 points at a
January's
time.
done.
January, we're all set.
Sorry,
Yeah,
the
okay,
next-
so that's
the next
good. We'll
5
move on
months.
to the next. Move on to the next thing. And certainly the budget doesn't end at the end of January, but it is the next phase of the process. That's for sure. And so the rest of it, I think, getting the district ready, so to speak, for the new superintendent, working through that process, communicating through that process, talking to the towns, making our connections with the towns about our budget and hearing what our needs are and hearing what their abilities are is a second critical phase of the budget through the February-March time period. Communicating with the public over that period of time, trying to get some feedback. We've talked a bit about that over the last few months. I think there's some important value to be gained there. So that's certainly something that I would look forward to leading, in those mid-months. And as we get towards the summer, working through the selection of the new superintendent, I mean, there's going to be keen interest in that amongst the staff, I'm sure amongst the constituents, as to who's selected and what that means for the district. So working through and managing people's expectations, keeping people informed, I think that's a critical. Anytime you pick the leader of the district, that's going to be of critical interest to a lot of people who work here. And I think to keep them informed and kind of manage through that process is an important part of the latter months. and obviously what we've been talking about for most of the evening so far, is making sure we do our job day to day. You know, that's our number one priority, and what our job is in this district, to do our job day to day. There's other things that will have to come up that will have to be done, but I would say that's, you know, another critical component of the later months of this tenure.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicole, next question.
What expectations do you have for the principals? Can you give one or two examples of how you have supported and assisted the principals in understanding their responsibilities and the impact of their decisions?
Well, much like we've been saying, my expectations of the principals would be that they continue to lead the learning in their building, and that we continue, again, to make sure everything, that we serve students in the way that we are supposed to serve students, that we stick to the high-quality approach that we take, and make sure that continues. And the principals really are primarily responsible. They're the ones who are in charge of their buildings, and they're the ones who have that prime responsibility. What's the second question, part of that second
Can you
question?
give one or two examples of how you have supported or assisted principals in understanding their responsibilities and the impact of their decisions?
Yeah, I think I want to be somewhat cautious since I do work here, and I don't want to give examples that would be identifiable even to a small group that may be watching this. But you know, today I think it's a collaborative process. What I see myself being is there to support their work, as I say, leading the learning, to make sure they have the resources needed, both, you know, both physical resources, financial resources to the extent that we can, and also, you know, professional support resources. If that's me, if that's somebody else, you know, that we can make available to them. So as far as examples, though, over the last week or so, I've met with a couple different principals, as I often do. But you know, the subject of our discussion has probably been a little bit different than they might have been in the past. And in both instances, with two different principals, we talked about some pretty difficult, a couple difficult situations. And just reflecting upon that quickly here as I think through the question. In one instance, you know, the principal told me what they thought, and I told them, I disagreed slightly and explained why I thought that maybe the situation was slightly different. And we were able to talk it out, and we came to a conclusion that probably some of the points I raised had to be considered, and we would adopt those points as part of the approach we were going to take. In another instance, I was aware of a situation that the principal brought up to me, and I gave my input on it. And you know, there's some appreciation for the input, and there was also some discussion of, but what about this potential approach? And we talked it out a little bit more, and after thinking through, I thought the principal's approach was actually better than the issues that I had discussed. So it's just kind of interesting thinking about those two cases, and obviously they're easy to think of because they just recently happened. And hopefully over a period of time, that's how things work. Namely, I don't think we ever can be honed in on a solution that we're absolutely going to have to do. Ultimately, both, you know, as an interim superintendent, I certainly hope as a superintendent, whoever comes here in the future, I think the role really is to empower the principals to manage their building, to lead the learning, and give them the resources necessary to do that. And you know, we're lucky here. We have, you know, a lot of good principals, and frankly, that's one of the reasons why I did apply. I did decide to apply for this position. I was encouraged by a lot of them, and I appreciate that. We have a good working relationship. I'm fully confident of their abilities to run their schools, and you know, I look forward to being a part of that and providing them the resources that I can if they need them as I go through that process.
Okay, thank you. Nicole, you have the next question as well.
This is another three-parter.
3 parts. I have
Yes.
trouble with multiple parts.
I'd be happy to repeat.
Okay.
How would you, as the interim superintendent, A, focus on student achievement, B, work with the community, and C, maintain and sustain the leadership team?
Okay, so we have student achievement, community, and leadership team. So student achievement, it's kind of, it's a little bit what I was just talking about really in the principles. I do think that ultimately student achievement I want to change my answer slightly. Clearly, student achievement is what we're in business to do, and we want to make sure that all students achieve. And I think we have in place pretty good systems to do that. So I don't see, especially in the interim superintendent role, really changing my focus dramatically on or changing the way we approach student achievement right now. Does that mean we can't do things better or differently? Definitely not. There's definitely some challenges we have in the student achievement area that we have to address. Making sure we articulate that curriculum, especially at the middle school level, is certainly something that's ongoing. I would want to continue that, make sure that continues through our professional development and other approaches we're using to that. So in that regard, I would focus on those aspects of student achievement right now that are ongoing to make sure they continue. I don't want the work that we're doing, the work that many of our teachers are doing, to be lost in that period of time until a new superintendent arrives. So I'm confident in general that student achievement is one of the things that really does work day to day with not a lot of on a day-to-day basis, a lot of matter of who's in the superintendent's position. But I think the role of the superintendent, especially in the interim, is just to make sure that things that support that student achievement is focused on and are not lost. So we don't lose 6 months. It's important to keep the engine running, but I don't see focusing on it or changing the focus on it dramatically during the 6 months, because I don't think that makes a lot of sense for a short time period. The community. So how would I focus on the community during that period of time?
And work with them.
Yeah. Well, again, I try to be reflective, and sometimes I'm better at it than others, but I've gotten better at it through some experiences. And I think the community is a multi-pronged approach, because the community is such a broad group. I would certainly reach out to all the town administrators, finance committee, selectmen, just to, excuse me, kind of just to reintroduce myself, as you say. They may all know me, but they know me in a different role, obviously, and just to open up that line of communication. One of the areas that I reflect upon, and at some point I hesitate to bring this up, but at other points I will, because I'm pretty forthright and honest. I recognize that some of the things that happened during last year's budget process, particularly our so-called white paper, didn't work out too well in some instances. And I think it's important to try to, and we've talked a little bit about that individually, but I think it's important, since I was obviously significantly involved with that, to try to get past that as we go through this budget process and clean that slate. So I think in that regard, reaching out to the administrators and the finance committees and the selectmen ahead of time and trying to wipe that slate clean so we can move forward in with a new budget process is particularly critical for me to do if I'm in this particular role, even more so than had I remained in the role I was in previously. But I think even though it's an interim period, there's other ways to reach out to the community. One of the things I had done at Hale a few times that really wasn't my idea, but I liked the idea, so I'll steal it. It was the PTO's idea, but we have 2 or 3 sessions a year now, evening sessions for parents come in, just for an informal chat. We might have a brief focus on some particular topic, but then it's kind of a free-for-all as far as the questions, whatever people might want to ask. I would like to do that on a district basis, maybe each town, something like that. Just sit maybe in the early spring period, late winter period, just sit and invite parents to come in just for an informal discussion of questions they may have, suggestions they may have, concerns they may have, observations they may have about the school district, and hear them. Because when I've had those in the smaller school setting, there's been a lot of good things brought up. There's been some things that validated the way I was thinking. Yeah, I thought that was an issue, and yeah, maybe I'm right about that. Other things I never thought of. And and realize that they were that important to people overall, were helpful for me to focus on those things. So that's another way of the community, a different part of the community. So I think it's the governmental community relations and also the parent community. And then to a larger extent, it'd be nice to figure a way to reach out. And we've talked a little bit about different ways, but to maybe the parts of the community that aren't every day involved in the school district. people who don't have kids, people who don't go into our schools if and when they vote or whatever, and try to have them somehow have some type of involvement with them. So that's my feeling about the community. The leadership team, like I said, I'm very confident in this leadership team. I believe that I believe I have their support, and they certainly have my confidence. So I think the ability to maintain and sustain that team over the 6 months is probably amongst the least of my worries, because those relationships are established. Those relationships, I think, are solid, and I'm pretty confident in them. That I don't think there's going to take much effort on my part to make sure that they, sustain themselves. I will certainly strive to be honest with them, both budget preparation, fiscally, and I'll strive to give them the resources they need, and as I said earlier, the issues to deal with them. So, did I hit all the points on that?
Yeah.
You got them all.
Okay.
Thank you. Mark Jones is your next on the questions.
George, what do you think you need from the school committee to help ensure your success as an interim superintendent?
A blank check? I can be very successful with a blank check. Communication, just a clear understanding of what you want to accomplish. Again, I don't want to be repetitive, I might have said this earlier, but, probably initially a review of what we want to accomplish. I mean, we know we have to accomplish the budget, we have no choice, that's a legal requirement, a statutory requirement. But what other aspects of the school committee's plans do we feel we still can accomplish this fall, this spring rather, and an understanding of that. Ongoing, I like to communicate, I like to keep people involved. I put in place so to make sure I communicate things on a regular basis to you people. I think that's important so that you understand the context of some of the things that I deal with. I think if we communicate, even if it's just like an email update from time to time when things happen, just so you know this happened or this is going on or this occurred type of thing. To give that ongoing context, I think makes sometimes decision-making and meetings easier to go. So I think the two-way communication, I'd certainly like to hear any concerns the school committee has with the way things are going in an expedient manner and when they happen, so we can put any problems to bed fast. So I think most of the support that I see necessary is really around communication and expectations. If I know what you want, it's my job to make sure they happen within the policy direction of the school committee. So understanding and being aware of that policy direction clearly is probably the most critical aspect of what the school committee can do to help make my tenure successful.
Great. Mark, you get the next question.
What are your experiences in school finance, budgeting, and planning that would help you succeed in the interim period?
It's a trick question.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to look for efficiencies in a budget cycle? If so, share examples.
So, I appreciate the fact that people think that's my bailiwick, and I guess it is to an extent. I enjoy budgeting, and I feel like I understand it pretty well. So, I heard the second part of the question. Can you just repeat the first part?
Sure. So, what are your experiences in school finance, budgeting, and planning that would help you succeed in this interim period?
So,
And
yeah,
how
I
have
think
you had to look for efficiencies, for example?
I do think it's a strength of mine overall. I understand the parameters of budgeting. I understand the context in which we do budgeting. I understand the state laws and the state, regulations, the accounting principles, which are, as we all know, aren't general accounting principles. They're very specific accounting principles. So I understand how it works. I understand how the machine of municipal finance works. So I think that gives me that's my starting point. Then, I know our budget. Obviously, I put it together 10 times. This will be my 11th time putting this budget together. That makes me feel old, but it also gives me experience. It's hard to believe, truly, that this will be my 11th budget that I'm working on. But, I know our budget. And sometimes familiarity is good, sometimes it's not, but I think that, I think I can take the advantages of familiarity and also maybe understand and get around the pitfalls of familiarity. So, and since it is just by factors that we don't control, a challenging budget year, as I say, as it often is, I think those strengths play well. As far as efficiencies are concerned, that's what I like to do. I mean, I like to find efficiencies in budget. I think over my career, I think I've been successful in doing that. Here, you know, through, I don't know the exact fiscal years, but around the 10, 11, 12 fiscal years, we had 3 or 4 years in a row when we kept our budget average, at least, I think actual, under 2.5% over that period of time. That's not long-term sustainable, but we were able to do that. One particular year, like the worst year right after, I think it was probably fiscal 10, right after the 2008 crisis, the fall, within fiscal 10, we kept it down to 0% increase. And, you know, that wasn't easy to do. We did that with a contract increase, if I recall. So I find it a challenging thing to do, and it's something I have pride in doing, to try to keep budgets to the levels that are affordable to the best we can. I definitely have had lots of experience over 25 years in finding efficiencies in budgets, both because, you know, philosophically, I mean, I believe that we have a fiduciary responsibility. I mean, I really believe this. And I do try to spend money at the district level, the town level, like it's my money. I mean, I just believe that's my responsibility. That's something I do believe, and I want to get the best deal I can for the district when we're purchasing things. And there's been many times where I'm sure I've got contractors and vendors not particularly liking me, because what I try to do is I try to utilize the size of the district, you know, to buy something. If I call up Verizon about my own personal cable TV, no one's going to care too much about it, and I'm going to be on hold for half an hour. But when we have the buying power and the spending power that we have as a district, we can get people, you know, I'm not trying to be unfair to people, but I don't want people to be unfair to us. And I think there's a lot of different examples over the period of time that I've been here that we've been able to leverage that to save us significant money. We've done health insurance 3 or 4 times, a couple times with the help of our employees, a couple times just with our own approaches to our insurance people. I think we've done a pretty good job on the energy here. If you look back how much we paid for oil each year, some of it's luck. I'm not going to tell you it's not, but some of it's is a little bit of study and skill. I think we've paid a pretty good price over the years. I mean, there was a year that everybody got stuck. Not everybody, not us. A lot of dishes got stuck because they were panicking into $4 oil, and then oil dropped, and they were paying $4. We weren't. You know, we use 150,000 gallons of oil a year. If we make a $1 difference, that's $150,000. That's 3 teachers. That's a big difference. I'm not always right, but I do think our track record talks about it. And we've went about that in some unique ways. Once we hired an energy broker once to get some electricity deals. We're trying to shop some electricity deals right now because it's a particularly good time because of the dip in price of natural gas. So being aware of those things that can impact the district dramatically, if we can save $150,000 in insurance, if we can save $150,000 on energy or anywhere else, that makes a huge difference. And you know, the bus contract, I won't take the time, as I know I'm probably somewhat limited, and
No, you've got time.
and I don't want to go through all the machinations of it, but I think the way we've handled the bus contract since I've been here, if I could tell you each story of each contract, we've been through it about 5 times now, has been great. I mean, we've been able to save money through different approaches. Just the way we structure the contract with 2 years and 2 option years. The last time we had that, we're in the midst of one now. Last time we had that, we had a 2-year contract with 2 option years, both 4% options, if I recall, and I was able to negotiate the 3rd and 4th year down to 0 and 2% because the market was pretty favorable. So I said, oh, you guys want to keep this contract, you have this investment, and they didn't like it, but we were able to do it. This time, it's working against us the other way. We set it up so we have 2 years and had the same opportunity again. When the opportunity arose, the outside cost is about 20%, so I said, I'll take your 4% option, thank you very much. You know? So, and they didn't like that either. So, but being aware of those types of things and the ability to leverage, and we don't have a lot of non-educational operational areas really. Even, I know, again, it was slightly controversial for some reason, but overall, just being aware that we could refinance our bonds last fall, and this money we were able to save there. That doesn't save the district directly, but it saves the towns, which therefore obviously impacts their resources in a way that's positive to us. So I'm always looking for ways to cut the budget in ways that doesn't impact our main product, which is kids, and our main resource, which is people.
Good answer. Neil Darcy, next question, please.
Another multi-faceted question here. Accountability means different things to different people. As a interim, in your time with us, how could you, as superintendent, lead our accountability effort to demonstrate that we are successful with student achievement? And I can read that again.
Yeah, would you read that again?
How could you, as superintendent, lead our accountability effort to demonstrate that we are successful with student achievement?
Okay, so I agree. Accountability means a lot of different things. Sometimes it's a charged word in the school atmosphere. It's accountability is, of course, the very title of the state page. It has all the MCAS scores and that type of thing on it. And I think that's reasonable, though, because that is a place we're held accountable. I understand some people like MCAS and standard-based testing, other people don't. But, you know, like I say, whether you like it or not, in the particular realm where we are right now, that is one major accountability effort. So that's certainly one area that I would be sensitive to. You know, next week, I believe it is, maybe it's later this week, I'm losing track of my dates, we're gonna have our accountability for last year finally released, so we'll know. So we'll publicize that, good or bad, we'll publicize that accountability, and we will, you know, respond to it, where we have successes, and where we have still concerns, we'll address that. So I think it's important to address those types of true accountability numbers fairly and honestly. But accountability, I think, is also a day-to-day event. I think when people come into the schools and the kids are educated in our schools, they need to expect that the processes in place are fair. They need to expect their access to services is equal. They need to expect that their needs are heard and responded to appropriately, and if necessary, changes are made. I think that's a critical part of accountability too, that's important to our parents and our students. So again, it somewhat goes back to the very important things we do to manage the day-to-day operations. I think that's a critical part of accountability. You know, we talked about budget. I think one of the things we talked about in the subcommittee over the last few months is another way. You know, we've talked about reformatting and presenting information in a different way. I think, you know, in specifically, I think, you know, you've raised the issue of the budget book. I think that's an accountability approach where we can try to utilize that type of a approach to show people what we're doing, maybe in a different way than we've done before. Sometimes if you're sending, hopefully, the same message year after year that we're accountable, we're doing a good job, you have to communicate it differently, and especially if it doesn't make it through. Because, as we all know, and we talked about that in teaching all the time, different people learn different ways. So we should give people different opportunities to access our information, again, to prove that we are accountable. Because I think that all our employees, all our teachers feel very accountable. It's just a fact. You know, teaching in 2015 is a very, very difficult job. Whenever I hire a new teacher, I always make that very clear to them. It's a hugely difficult job, one that you're very accountable for. People, you know, there's an old myth that sometimes the people who work in the public sector or whatever aren't accountable. Well, that is certainly not the case, and it's certainly not the case in the school district. You're about as accountable as anybody you can imagine, because we have all these different measures of accountability. So I certainly be aware of them. I hope that's responsive to the questions.
I think it is, and there's a part B to that, which how can the school district
Poor George.
how can the school district demonstrate accountability to the various constituencies within the community?
Right, I think I've probably addressed that overall pretty much. I don't want to avoid you. I think, you know, like I say, communicating our information differently is important. And I think I answered an earlier question a little while ago. I think making sure we reach out to different parts of the community, especially when it comes to budget and cost. I think focusing on that level of the community, sometimes we probably don't spend as much time thinking about, don't have direct day-to-day interactions with us. I think that's key to the overall accountability.
Thank you.
All right. We are coming down the home stretch here. George, awesome, thank you. Nicole?
All right.
Next question.
How would you prepare the district for the new permanent leader to take over?
Well, again, the short term goes back to what we were talking about, keep the operation running. It's important when you bring somebody into an operation that it's as neat and clean as you can have it. It's much more enjoyable for people to take over places like when you buy a new house. You prefer to have it be in pretty good shape as opposed to be an absolute mess, fixer-upper. So I think if we can make sure that that is in place by doing our job over this period of time, I think that's a good start to laying the foundation for the transition to a new leader. I think then that, you know, some very practical and specific things, when someone is chosen to be the next superintendent, obviously reaching out to them, encouraging them to get involved with us right away. Obviously, they may have another job or whatever, they may not be local. But to the extent that they can be spending a day a week here, anything like that. I know before I came to Neshoba 10 years ago, I spent like a day a week here for 6 or 8 weeks between the time I was hired and the time I actually started here. And I found that to be invaluable to starting in the first day. So I would certainly encourage and want to work with somebody, reach out to them, whoever they are, to make that type of effort if it's possible within their particular current situation. I think I would ask our principals, our key administrative leaders to, probably in conjunction with the new superintendent, try to develop some sort of format, some sort of transition document, so that they would have some type of written documentation or some type of, you know, just documentation that the new leader could take and have available to them, so they understand to the best that they can, not having worked here, what the context of what they're coming into would be. Making the person comfortable, and certainly as the interim superintendent, as the assistant superintendent, making them, you know, coordinating with them, communicating with them, giving them some at least heads ups and some starting some input as to how things should be dealt with as we go forward, because it certainly will be their ship to steer, so to speak, in the near future. And I think as much as we can offer people that will be helpful to all of us really going forward, and making the transition as smooth as possible.
Good, thank you. Mark, next question?
If it turns out that we have the need, would you be able to stay for more than 6 months if a new superintendent were not hired as of the end of the year?
I certainly hope so.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty much, we've got one more question, but I think that's it. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to propose an additional question,
Okay, hold.
which I'll propose to you perhaps, see if you think so. And so the thought is, what in the candidate's views are unfortunately easy to lose track of during a period of an interim superintendent's leadership?
I don't think I understand when are we?
We had an opportunity to provide additional questions. It was last night and then a window today. You're the chair, you make the decision.
What is the question?
What are some of the management kinds of activities that unfortunately can be lost track of during a period of having an interim superintendent?
Well, I don't know that any of our candidates would be able to answer that, right? George, do you want to take a crack at that? Because that's not...
Before you pose that question to the candidate, that question needs to be written down and asked each and every
It will.
candidate. Okay.
It will.
If we
Does so let me just say for a second,
Sure,
kind of a dog leg here.
Mhm.
I understand.
Think I'm gonna table it.
Okay.
If there's an opportunity for follow-up calls, or follow-up questions, we'll include that, because I really do want to understand what you're getting at. Thoughts?
I think
I don't like adding a question.
Okay,
No.
we're good.
there were
Thank you.
opportunities
All right.
to do that.
So the last question we have is there something, George, that you would like to share with us that we don't know about you? And do you have any questions for us?
Lots of questions, but I won't take all your time with them. But, you know, it's definitely a unique situation, because obviously, you know, you have some knowledge of me, and I have some knowledge of you, which has its ups and downs, like we talked about before. Particularly, I think, when you try to picture somebody in a different role. So I don't know, because especially, I've been in the role 10 years, so you do get somewhat typecast into a role, there's no question about that. So I think that I would just say that, let me start with this. I think if I'm appointed interim superintendent, I hope what you will see, put it that way, over the next 6 months is that I can be innovative, and I hope I've shown that in the past, but I certainly would want to show that over the 6 months, that I can be an innovative leader, around budgets, but other areas too, I hope. But I think in all fairness, our focus is going to be a lot on the budget, and this has to be. At times I can be bold. I understand sometimes that works good and bad, and I think the older I get, the more I understand the bad part of bold, but I still occasionally might make mistakes, but there are some advantages of the good part of bold too. I'm not unwilling to take chances or do things differently in any situation. I'd like to be honest, and what I mean by that is, I hope everyone's honest, but I'll answer questions honestly. In other words, if we don't agree or if I see things differently, I'm not going to be shy about communicating my point of view. Obviously, again, in the professional way. Obviously, I think that's assumed, but I just want to clarify that. And I think I do continually learn too. How best to couch that honesty sometimes too. But I certainly will do that. And I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. And I don't know. I'll tell you if I don't know too. Or if I only think I know, I'll tell you I think I know. And if it turns out to be right, I'll tell you I was right. And if I don't, I won't mention it again. But I think that would be the case. I understand it's a difficult transition. I understand where the district is. I think I could help with that. I think I could be an asset in that regard. But I certainly respect that fact that that's the decision of the school committee. And I certainly, what job I'm doing, I stand to do the very best job I can at doing that job, whether it be the interim superintendent or the assistant superintendent. That I will say to you, that's my idea of coming to work every day. So I don't know if that's telling you anything that you do or don't know about me, but I think that's probably the best way I can sum it up off the top of my head at least. So I guess I don't think you can probably ad-lib anything based on your rules, which I respect. But if there's anything that you'd like me to address about me that you may not know or whatever, I'd be happy to do that now or at some future time.
I don't know. I think we're good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to meet the 2 additional candidates and deliberate. And then if we come to a resolution, I will contact you tomorrow.
Okay. Very good.
Thanks,
Thank you
George.
very much.
Thank you.
And when we've got time.
Yeah, it's actually doing a good job.
Well, as good as it can, it's just, the battery runs out. The
Oh.
second time it'll meet. He's falling through.
All right.
By the way, there's someone out of the house this morning in those socks.
All right, so we are going to take about a 20-minute break, and we will be back here at 6:20 with our next candidate. So we'll see you in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Thanks, Therese. Okay, excuse me. Okay, we're back on.
All right. Well, just
Yeah,
wanted
we're
to ask.
back on. Thank you folks so much. We have our next candidate who's just joined us, Mr. Curt Bates. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Neshoba. I think what would be really helpful is if we could go around the table and have everyone just give your name and the town that you're from. And before we do that, we have a woman who is one of our members who's called in remotely. That's Miss Lynn Coletti from Stowe. Lynn, would you like to say hi to Mr. Curt Bates?
Hello.
Hi, Lynn. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
All right. Oh. And now Kathy Petier is from Lancaster, but she lost her voice. So, okay. Mark.
And I'm Mark Jones. I'm the school representative from the town of Stowe. Nice to meet you.
Nicole Odekirk, I'm from Stowe.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm Lorraine from Bolton.
Kathy Cordian from Lancaster.
Nice to meet you.
And Neil Darcy from Bolton.
Nice to meet you.
Wonderful. So you've been through this probably several times, and certainly more times than we have. But for everyone else's understanding, we're going to ask you to provide us a quick opening statement if you'd like, and then we have a series of questions, and we'll just run around the table in a round robin fashion, and then certainly if you have questions, you can ask those of us. We'll leave time for that.
Okay,
Does that work?
very good,
Terrific.
excellent.
So you want to tell us a little bit about you or make an opening
A
statement?
little
or
bit
you-
about myself.
Sure.
Sure. I just retired last year after 41 years in public education. I started my career in Holden. I was the first male primary teacher hired in that town back then, and taught second grade for 12 years, third grade for 1 year, and was a reading specialist for 4 years, and then went into administration. I had what I thought was my utopia job when I was hired at the Shaker Lane School in Littleton, which was K-2. My background was really all early childhood. And then at that time, MCAS came about, and I felt that I needed to broaden my perspective, much to the chagrin of many of my colleagues who said, "Why would you do that?" And I was appointed principal at the Harrington School in Chelmsford, which was K-4. And then my superintendent at the time I was getting my doctorate at BC, and he said, if you have any aspirations of going to central office, you need experience at the secondary level. So I'm making you the principal of a 1,000-student middle school. Total shock, but I will tell you, those 2 years there were unbelievable. I called it chaotic energy, and I absolutely loved it. It was phenomenal. And then I was fortunate to be appointed superintendent in Boxborough, and many people know that that's a one-school district. And at the time, it was a combination of principal and superintendent, but they changed it with the reconfiguration. And lasted for about 4 years until we had declining enrollment, at which time then we started seeking alternatives, whether we were going to unionize and or totally regionalize with AB. And at that time, my whole administrative team left. Everybody, one retired, business manager left, sped director left, and that left me. And I was also leaving at that time until the school committee found it and made me an offer that I couldn't refuse, and asked me if I would help them get through that process of transition in the regionalization process, which was supposed to be 2 years. It ended up being 4, and as people were saying, basically you're working your way out of your own job.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood that. I wasn't ready to retire at that time, but then I just said, okay, there are other options out there, and immediately continued on working at Salem State, where I teach school finance, and then organizational issues, and then last year I mentored 8 new administrators throughout the state, 5 elementary teachers, principals, 1 high school principal, and 1 curriculum director. So I was traveling from as far west as Munson and Leicester, this way to Acton, Boxborough, and Tingsboro, Swampscott, Haverhill, and North Andover. And I love doing that. And this year I'm just finishing up supervising student teachers at UMass Lowell and at Endicott College, which has been an experience because the new evaluation process is modeling the teacher evaluation process. So it's been it's a pilot program, so having had that experience, it's been a little bit easier for me and harder for the other people, but I've been a good resource for it. And then I do consulting, professional development work with in other school districts.
Okay.
So that's it in a nutshell.
Well, that was pretty good. Well, the good news is it's only 10 miles from one end of our district to the other.
That's true.
Not that much travel. Okay, that was great. Thank you for that. And again, you're used to this. We're going to just do a quick round robin. I've only got a couple, so I'm going to take the first question, and that is, why are you interested in our district?
That's
I mean, we love it. We're proud of it. But
I look at your district as very similar, as just an expansion of what Boxborough was. I think our demographics are very similar. I feel that I have a lot to offer, and still in a leadership role. And I like mentoring people and helping people get through different aspects of their travel, so to speak, in their journey of educating students. I still feel I have the ability to make a difference, and that's very important to me. I feel that I've built a very good reputation, and I have a lot of knowledge that I want to impart. So I still look at it as, when I was a teacher, I taught students. As an administrator, I looked at myself as a teacher of teachers. And when I became a superintendent, I looked at it as not only that, of a teacher of other administrators, but also imparting teachers of teachers, and still being able to, again, in a small district, you can get in what I call get my kid fix, and get into classrooms and do observations, and get into a kindergarten classroom and read a story or whatever it is. Because I think it's very important as administrators that you don't just sit in your ivory tower, that you get out and you're very visible. And that's to me, that's very important, and it also sends a message to help in building the culture of the school.
Wonderful. And the second part of that question, I don't think I even need to ask you. It's what do you think makes you the right choice for this position? But if you have any further thoughts on that.
I'm not that far removed from the job. The other piece is that many people will say, well, you came from a very small district. But you have to understand, all principals in the Commonwealth get a checklist. I don't know if you're aware of that, from DESE. And there's over 100 items that superintendents are supposed to do every single year. So it doesn't make any difference whether you're from a small district or a large district. But in a large district, you are able to delegate a lot of that out. In a smaller district, I pretty much had to do a lot of that all myself. So I'm very familiar of what the role is. And also being able to understand all different aspects. As we were going through the transition process for regionalization, I ended up doing a lot of part of the SPED director's position and part of the business manager's position, and also being superintendent, and then also looking at the principalship. So I have a broad base experience in that area that I could offer.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn the next two questions over to Neil Darcy.
Yes, Mr. Bates, could you summarize in one sentence each how you believe parents, faculty, staff, students, and the community would characterize you as an educational leader? And I'm happy to reread that.
One sentence for each one of the constituents?
Yeah, you don't have to
No.
sum it all up.
So, parents,
faculty, staff, students, and community.
Parents, I would say, they see me as always having an open door policy, a good listener. Faculty, very supportive, and also a good listener. Students, fun. I won't get into my Johnny Appleseed stink. And community, I would say a team player who has tried to present the school as a viable entity within the community.
Thank you. Finish my note here. I have the next question too. So what are the key differences between being an interim superintendent and being the superintendent?
I don't see any difference. The roles are exactly the same. You still have to help manage the district, but the only, and you also, part of the role of the superintendent is instructing the school committee. I look at that also as being, again, as a teacher, you rely on the superintendent to provide you with all the necessary background information so that you can do your job. And that, so the superintendent is still teaching. So I don't see that different. The only piece is that it's a short term. That's how I look at it.
Thank you.
Kathy Codian has the next two questions.
how would you go about preparing for the interim superintendency, and what kinds of information would you need from us to get started?
Going into any position, whether it's an interim position or starting off new, is, for me, in looking at this, and I thought about it, even though it's short-term, I still would want to do a short-term entry plan, and you do that by developing certain questions that you want to meet with all the different constituencies that are out there, the stakeholders, and get input on that, and then build from that. Because, I mean, you have 3 separate towns, so it's like meeting with 3 different selectmen and finance committees and police chief and fire chief and even the council on aging, whatever there is, because they all have a part of the school district. So I think it's very important that you get out there and meet them, and so that they know who the interim superintendent is, because you still have to build those relationships even if it's for 6 months. So basically it would be starting by doing a brief entry plan.
What would be your action plan or goals for the first month as interim? And then what about the 5 months after that?
The first side is just basically getting to know people and having them get to know me. And that would be basically getting out there to do the entry plan and being very, very visible and finding out basically what everyone's feeling about the district. And I think also it would help you have that information as you start to plan for your process of hiring a principal. So there could be some legwork already done as far as how people are feeling in the district, what do they need, what are their values of the system, where do they see the needs are. I always like to find out what has been your biggest asset in the past 5 years, and where do you want to see the district in 5 years. And then for the next 5 months, again, helping to maintain the great system that you currently have. As in any school district and any school, things happen, and being available for that, but also setting up a plan where providing you as the school committee all the information, everything that you need to help with your transition and your selection process. That was one of the things that I did in Boxborough. Any time I've left, and I've been very fortunate that my superintendents have always asked me to be part of that process, whatever it is, whether it's just taking the candidates around, giving them, so that they feel comfortable, and they value my opinion, and I would be able to provide them with some information, because when you're in a casual situation, it's very different than being in an interview situation, so you can get a feel for that.
Wonderful. Nicole, I'm gonna turn the next couple over to you.
I'm a little too absorbed. What expectations do you have for your principals? Can you give 1 or 2 examples of how you have supported and assisted them in understanding their responsibilities and the impact of their decisions?
Basically, the principals are the administrators in the day-to-day. They're down in the basically what I would call down in the trenches. My role as a superintendent, I feel the superintendent's role is to support them, again, providing them with all the tools, information that they need to do their job. I'm a resource. I'm not a micromanager. You hire people to do a job, and you expect them to do the job. If there are issues, then you deal with those issues. I've always been one that keep me informed of what's going on, so that there are no surprises, and I'll help you out. Same way I do with my role as a superintendent with the school committee. I'm always informing the school committee of things, and I want the school committee to inform me of those things. But I think, again, because of my background in mentoring and so forth, that's the role of the superintendent, is to help mentor and help them grow. I'm very big on adult learning, and I always say that we ask children to take risks every single day, and we as the adults need to model that. So I want people to take risks, try something new. If it doesn't work, I don't look at that as failure. I look at that, then we sit down, so what did you learn from it? and how are you going to change it? I think it's very important. Principals have the role of the principalship has changed dramatically over the past few years. And the other piece is that many times there are a lot of meetings and things, and principals get pulled out of their buildings, and that's time away from what they should be doing with the new education evaluation system, with just the day-to-day issues that are going on, and just being available for their staff and for their students and their parents. So you have to sort of work out a schedule so that it's not impacting their time out of the building. That's very key. That's key. And I also think it's also providing them the opportunity to grow in professional development, whether it's it's a book club within the district or providing them professional development. I know a lot of districts are cutting professional development. To me, that is key to maintain everybody's up to date and also to help them to expand themselves.
And this is another multi-parter.
Sure.
How would you, as the interim superintendent, A, focus on student achievement, B, work with the community, and C, maintain and sustain the leadership team?
That's the role of the superintendent, period. Focusing on achievement. Again, it's a short window. So you already have your data from the testing. You already have people that are already in dealing with that aspect. For me, focusing on the achievement of the students would be working with the building principals, because that's at their level, and analyzing the data and what does the district need to provide them in order to help them focus in on if there are any areas, whether it's remediation, interventions, or expansion of the curriculum. Working with the community, again, it's communicating. Many times we don't do a good job with PR in education because life happens, and I think it's very important. As I was told when I went to Barnstable, we want you to be the face of the community. So again, that's being visible, being out there, and really championing, being the biggest cheerleader you can, because many times all those good things don't get communicated out. It's all the negatives, and so it's very important to somehow build into the mechanism of the leadership role of making sure that information gets out, whether it's a monthly newsletter of some sort, and that goes out to everybody, so that they know all the good things that are happening. And as far as maintaining, what was the last one?
Maintain and sustain the leadership team.
That they need to know that they are valued, and that if there are issues that it's an open door policy for them. They sometimes in education, whether it's a teacher or an administrator, they're afraid to go to the higher up, so to speak, to say that they need help, because it's sometimes viewed as a weakness. And as I said before, I'd rather have that and work through it. If I had to characterize myself, I'm a listener. I don't like to direct and tell. I will pose thoughtful questions and try to drag it out of them. Many times they'll say, Curt, you're just sitting there smiling and nodding. And what I do is I listen to them, and then I will pose questions, because if I can pull it out of them, they own it. Although there are times they say, just tell me what you want me to do.
That's a safe route.
But I want them to grow as people, as educators, and really put a thoughtful decision behind what they're doing. But I want to also be a resource for them.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you have the next two questions.
What do you need from us, the school committee, to ensure your success as an interim superintendent?
What do I need from the school committee, whether it's interim or anytime? I view the role of the school committee and the role of the superintendent as one. it's a team. Every administrator has a different belief system. When I went into the superintendency, my mentor made it very clear to me that you need to be open and honest. I've seen too many administrators get in trouble when they try to think that they are an island unto themselves. You have a role. I look at it, I serve at the, it sounds cliche, I serve at the pleasure of the school committee. There are administrators who don't feel that way, and that's okay. That's how they work best. I don't. Whoever is the chair, I work directly with the chair, and I tell the chair everything. I don't want any hidden agendas out there. I don't want anything, because we have to have that relationship. I always met with my chair to build the agendas for the meetings. It's a collaborative effort. I don't do it on my own. And I think that the relationship, if you talk with anybody in Boxborough, the relationship that I built with the school committee members, I think was a very collaborative one. It was one of respect, and again, providing them with all the information, basically teaching them so that they could do their job well. They're the elected officials. And so they're relying on me, because you're all volunteers, you all come from different areas, and you may not know certain aspects of the educational system. So my job is to inform you of that, give you the research or whatever, so that you can make an informed decision. So basically what I need from a school committee is support, open and honest dialogue, and I think that's all I need.
Thank you. My next question is, what are your experiences in school finance and budgeting and planning that would help you succeed in this interim position? Go ahead, and there's a follow-up.
My experience in building the budget, we had, first of all, I was very fortunate in my experience. In Boxborough, we have what was called the Boxborough Leadership Forum, where all the department heads in the town met once a month. So we always, and each department would chair that meeting for 3 months. So the finance committee would arrange the meeting for 3 months, school committee, selectmen, and so forth. And it was done that way so that everybody knew what the needs of the town were, and if there were issues coming up. I was reared in that town in building a budget. And as I teach my students to build a budget, I look at it 2 ways. One, you have to always go back to, as we do in a good lesson, you go back to your objective, or whatever your mission statement is, or your belief statement is for your district, which is to educate all students together to their fullest potential. And when you're making decisions with the budget, it needs to support that. So if you are always going back to that, just like in a good lesson, you go back to your essential question to assess the learning. I think making those tough decisions in budget or requests, does it support our goal and our mission? Now, you can have a zero-based budget, or you can have a level service budget. I don't know how you build yours. It happens either way. We always got the direction from our finance committee, how it was done. It was always done early, so I would always do a needs assessment within the building. So that's why you need to do a needs assessment. So I would direct the principals to do a needs assessment within their buildings and get input from their staff of where they're at, and then look at bring that together and make a presentation based on that to the superintendent as we work through that process. And then you have to sort of build a hierarchy of needs. Again, if the finance committee is saying it's going to be a zero-based budget, then you really start from scratch. If it's a level service budget, then you're looking at your current services. You're not adding anything, but there are fixed costs that are going to definitely increase. And I like to have, I believe you have a subcommittee on finance. Do you have a subcommittee on finance? And working directly with them. I always met with my business manager every single week, so that there were no surprises. And if there were surprises, then I would communicate to the school committee. Also, again, in building our budget, we had to budget just for the known. There were no extras. Because if there were extras, for instance, if there was a move in special ed or an out-of-district placement that we didn't plan for, the town, we wanted to be transparent and go to the town and say, this is what happened, this is why we need the money. And the finance committee would always, we never had a problem with them saying, that's okay, now we know. But they did not want me to build in. I know some districts do build in, you know, that E&D or whatever you have, type of money, so that if certain things do come up. And then after going through several revisions with the administrative team and the subcommittee for the school committee, then presenting it outright to the committee and talking about it. And then you have your public hearing on it. And again, but in that process, do you have, I don't know if you have a representative from the finance committee also that works with you during the process?
As a regional district, not really.
Not really.
Yes, thank you. Do we have a regional, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
I was distracted, I'm sorry, yes.
As a non-municipal entity, we don't have a
You don't have to,
financial
right.
committee that's from the municipalities.
Right.
And it's an issue with our district, which you may hear about.
Okay, so.
So the follow-up question, if you can
Sure.
wind up that thought.
This is on his list.
Have you ever had to look for efficiencies in the budget cycle, and if so, what are some examples of that in your history?
And in looking at efficiencies, basically because of declining enrollment, we had to really do a lot of budget cutting over the years,
Yeah.
staff and so forth. But again, we based it on our mission and our goal and how we're going to meet that, and trying not to cut programming. So again, we know that salaries take up the majority of a budget. I also try to develop programs such as special ed in-house programs, so bringing students back into the district to save money. I also built an extended day program. When I first went to Boxborough, the extended day program was run by the regional district, and Boxborough got nothing. When I asked for money, they got, oh, you can get a basketball net or something like that. And I said, no, that's not going to work. But that's the way it had always been. And so I said, well, I was fortunate enough to hire staff, and we built our own program, so we got revenue from that. When we did the full-day kindergarten, although I wasn't happy with it, in the fact that I don't believe in a fee-based. That's philosophically with me, but the school committee said, our town can't afford full-day kindergarten without a fee. So we worked on that, and we built it. It was hard. It was very, very difficult. But parents wanted it, and I went on record to say that I disagreed with a fee base because you're playing against the haves and the have-nots. But the fee was being used to basically to pay for the half-day salary of the paraprofessionals and the teacher. We weren't trying to do it as a money maker, but we didn't want to impact the town's budget by asking for more money for that. Also doing feasibility studies within the districts, looking at how to save in electricity and those sort of things, and really going through. So it's in a short period of time, in a 6-month period, it would be difficult to really pull that in. But there are organizations out there that you can bring in for short money to do a feasibility study on your utilities and things like that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next question, Neil.
Yes, Mr. Bates, accountability means different things to different people. In your time with us, how could you, as a superintendent, lead our accountability effort to demonstrate that we're successful with student achievement?
Again, it would be in communication and getting all the data out there that is of where students stand, all the testing data. I'm not sure, because I haven't seen anything there, whether you have a, what I call RTI type program or a tiered system of support, which is basically mandated years ago, and a lot of districts have not instituted it, and it's through the reauthorization of IDEA, and it's a process where it's a regular ed type program where you're providing tiered systems of support within the regular ed program to help cut down on education, special ed referrals. And it's a process you go through before you even get to the referral process. And that's what I work on with other school districts on. So in helping to do that, you're building up your capacity of classroom teachers, you're looking at data all the time, and you're providing those students with the necessary in-house interventions before you go down that road of doing special ed, so you can cut down on referrals that way. And then really looking at your staff. I think that's key also, and utilizing the capabilities within the staff to help champion the different programs and reassess the programs, and are they being beneficial? Sometimes we go on in education and we do it because we've been doing it for X amount of years and nobody really looks at it. And do we have to make some changes in that area to really sort of, because looking at your population, some of your populations have changed, so maybe. And so we need to look at some of the programmings. But again, in a short time period, you're not going to make a lot of changes. Change is hard. You're already going through a change, and you have to understand the change process with people. Some people will say, that's, we need to move on. And I have found in my experience, especially in education, people are very sensitive. Most teachers are not in this business if they aren't caring people. And as an administrator, you have to be aware of that change process. And I don't know, I'm sure many of you are aware of the book, Who Moved My Cheese? And I use that an awful lot because, especially for adults, it's hard. So as someone new coming in, you have to be respectful. Because there are going to be people who are going through a process. It's a grieving process. It's a loss. Any sort of change. So you have to be respectful of that and help them with that process. And I think in doing that, you're laying the groundwork to help you in your next level of change again, and also to help, to get back to the question, also to get back to champion all of your educational pieces and student achievement in a better way.
Thank you. There's actually a part B to this
Sure.
too. How can the school district demonstrate accountability to the various constituencies in the community?
It's communication. It's being open and honest and out there and putting everything out there and listening. And it could be just holding superintendent coffee hours, principal coffee, whatever it is, for anybody that's interested. And many times you put the effort in and you get 2 people. And people say, well, we didn't know about it, and I understand people are busy. Just having those 2 people there is important. So it's communication, it's being visible, and listening. And sometimes it's putting a survey out there and utilizing that information as a foundation to move forward. But I think that you as a district have a very solid, from what I've read, have a very solid foundation of achievement. And but also, just like in Boxborough, I used to say, you just can't sit on your laurels. You have to keep moving and you have to keep changing. And you do that through professional development and trying new ways of instruction. But I don't mean to say you just change for the sake of change. there has to be a reason for it.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Nicole.
How would you prepare the district for the new permanent leader to take over?
That's the change process. And through my experience in Bronxboro is, once the person is selected, is basically being a host for that person. So setting up a schedule so that person can come in and meet, setting up different activities for the stakeholders, and helping that person transition in. Shadowing, that's what I did, come in and shadow me. Just meeting one-on-one, what information can I impart on you to help make your transition easier? Just like the interim doing a mini entry plan, helping that person develop what they wanted to do for an entry plan and making those introductions prior to coming in. But it's basically getting that information out there and being a great support for them, both behind the scenes with the nitty-gritty day-to-day, and also publicly of being someone to help take that person around and meet the staff and all the, so they're not left on their own. But also knowing when to step back, that's key, because you're gonna have that split. So you can't, the interim can't be the face of it all, but help facilitate it.
Thank you.
And Mark.
Would you be able to stay longer than our originally anticipated 6 months if a new superintendent candidate were not forthcoming or selected?
I do have some, even from January on, I do have some commitments that I can work on, but there are certain things, for instance, I teach my course, it starts in January, it's only 7 weeks, it's in the evening, so I am committed to doing that.
How often is that?
It's Wednesday.
Evenings?
Yeah, so it's for 7 weeks.
Every week?
Yeah, so I've done that, even when I was a superintendent, I did that, like I said, it starts on January 20th, I believe. And it's, I do my courses off-site, so I'm lucky that this coming course will be in Chelmsford, so I don't have to travel that far.
Oh, wow.
So I do that, and I am on a contract, and I fully understand if that's an issue, I'm really good with it, but I have made a commitment. In my consulting, I'm already scheduled to do a full-day workshop in March at a school district. And my supervising student teachers is ending in December, so that's done.
So the question is also, if in 6 months we do not manifest a new superintendent,
Then-
what's possible
Then
in terms of your
anything is
presence?
possible, because right now I'm not committed beyond June 30th with anything. So that would be, if that were the case and I were the candidate, the priority would be to continue on in the role of the interim superintendent until you found someone.
So the constraints are just the 7 weeks starting January 20th?
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday evenings, and then just a 1 day in
I
March?
have a 1 day, but I have a couple other days, and off the top of my head, I don't, but it's, and even my wife is doing an internship right now. They hired her back for her old job that she retired 3 years ago from. The person they hired for her didn't work out, and they brought my
Brought
wife
her back.
back. And so, I mean, she was already committed too, and there are all different types of arrangements, and that can be discussed, but if you do it on a per diem,
Yes.
that way you're not double dipping, and
Yes.
and that's.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I can't believe we're almost done.
Well, you don't know how he's gonna answer 13.
I don't know how you're gonna answer this last
Go
one,
on and
Mr.
on.
Bates. So, this last question is a question, but you could also parlay it into any final comments you wanted to add as well.
Okay.
But is there something that you would like us to know about you that we don't know? And, or do you have any questions that you would like to ask us?
I don't know what you already know.
Well, we've read your resume, Well, some of us have Googled you. You've given us a lot of good information here.
No, I'm an open book. If there's anything about me, it's my integrity is very important to me. I've worked very hard on that. My family is very important to me. But I also love what I have done in my career. I'm not a person that wants to stop learning. Like I said, I still feel I have a lot to give. I have hoped that I have been a good mentor along the way. Everybody has a different belief system, and my belief system is that school is extremely important. The educating of children is very important to me. But also, as I've evolved, the education of adults is very important to me. Because when you educate the adults and you help facilitate change in their practice, it really impacts the student learning. And that's what I look for. And as I said before, and again, I hang my hat on, I want people to be risk takers. I want them to move their cheese. And if you talk to any of my staff, they'll say, oh God, he's moving his cheese. I used to get baskets of cheese on my desk and a little mouse. But I want them to be risk takers. I want them to try something. And I don't want them to feel, and unfortunately we build a culture of teachers feel they have to be perfect in everything that they do, and I get that piece. But I want them to think outside the box. I want them to try something different. And then I love sitting down and talking to them, and again, pulling from them, and what did they learn from it? What could have been different? That's the piece. I love being a grandfather. That's great to me, and I've been very fortunate in my career. I've worked with some outstanding people. The MESPA Association, the MASS, Glenn Kuchar at MASC, I've been very, very fortunate, and knock on wood, I hope it continues, but that's me, and like I said, I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide. Sometimes people say I'm too honest, because I tell all.
Yeah. We've heard that before.
But that's, again, it's a belief system in myself, because I don't like surprises, and I don't want anybody else to be surprised.
Is there anything you would like to ask us, and if not, don't feel obligated?
No, the biggest thing is your time frame.
So our time frame would be the beginning of January to
So
start right out of the gate,
Yeah.
right after the holiday, and then at least through the 6 months, and if we required additional
Right.
time, it would be our preference to work with the same person until that full-time
Exactly.
superintendent were
Right.
identified. I think it's, our district hasn't gone through a change in a number of years, so to minimize the disruption is important to
Exactly.
the committee.
Right.
And to the staff, and to the parents, and to the students, of
Right.
course. So I think that's
Definitely.
where we're at.
And your school committee meetings, you meet twice a...
Well, our school committee meetings, at this point right now today, are on Wednesday nights. It's okay. It's okay if, we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
We're a flexible group of people, so we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
So,
I was afraid of that.
yeah. Well, we had to move him for Kara, remember? We had a school committee member who was in Lancaster, and she finished her term, but her nights in the hospital were Wednesday. We moved him to Thursday. Oh, Tuesday. Yeah. See, she really did lose her voice. All right, I think that's it. Mr. Bates, thank you so much for coming in.
Well,
And
my pleasure, and I wish you the very best in your process. And it can be an exciting time, but I know
Mhm.
it's a lot of work.
Mhm.
And again, as you as volunteers, sometimes you don't get the credit that you deserve, and it's also a learning experience. I mean, you're thinking outside the box, you're moving your cheese, and so to speak.
We have a big hunk of cheese.
But like I said, change is good.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for
I'll
finishing.
walk out with you. Oh, you know what, before I leave, we're going to take about
Might be 20 minutes.
20-minute break, so we'll be back in 20 minutes, folks. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, very nice to meet you.
Take care.
To Ms. Nancy Spitulnik, actually Dr. Spitulnik.
Nancy is fine.
Nancy's all right, thank you very much. I'm gonna, I think this is unopened, right? All right, so we'll put that there. So you and I have met, but I would love for our members to just introduce themselves, their names, and what town they're from. We have a member on, the phone who is not here, so she's remote. This is Lynn Coletti, pretty Lynn, from Stowe.
Hi, Lynn.
And you met Neil.
And I met Kathy.
Kathy, and you met me. This is Nicole.
Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. Very nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Mark Jones.
Hi, Mark.
This is Kathy. Kathy Tier from Lancaster. All right. So, Nancy, you've been through this before.
Yes.
So you know how this goes. We are going to do a quick round robin of questions. And each of the members has a couple of questions. We'll ask you if you'd like to do any opening remarks before we start. And then once the questions are done, if you have questions for us, we'd love to entertain them. So take it away. If you have any opening remarks, please do
Okay.
let us know.
I'm just very pleased to be here. I thank you for inviting me to come. My kids say that I flunked retirement. And at the time that I retired, I thought I was going to stay retired, never thought of doing anything else. And then 3 weeks after I retired, got a phone call from someone from MASC saying, how would you like to be an interim superintendent? Which is something I had never thought about. So I said, all right, why not? So then I ended up in Douglas as interim superintendent for 6 months and finished that and was actually retired for about 3 months before I got another call from MASC and have now ended up in Palmer. And I guess I really enjoy it, and my family says that I really do. And I realize how much of a passion that I really have for education and working not only with students but also with staff and helping staff grow and learn and really enjoying our professional conversations and really trying to move the school district forward. So, and my family had a pool going as to when I was going to get my next phone call because I'm through with Palmer in December. So when they got the phone message over Thanksgiving, they just all laughed and said, well, we're not surprised. But I do appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I did bring some things that just tell a little bit about myself and some of the work that I've done and how I see things and how I operate. So I'll pass those out, and I may
Thank you.
refer to them as I do questions.
Thank you very much.
If you have to give. I have some extras. Okay.
Wonderful. All right, so we will, Mark, we're going to put that away. He's already reading. And we're going to go through this. Thank you for taking the time to put this together. All the information you can provide is helpful. So we're going to start with questions, and I'll take the first one and then turn most of them over to the rest of the members. Why are you interested in Neshoba?
Having done some research, I can see what a great school district it is. In some ways, it's a stark contrast to the districts I've been in, which have been, the last 3 have been smaller. They've been level 3 school districts. They've been school districts with very limited resources, and from seeing everything that Neshoba has to offer, it looks like a place where people really care about education, where you really advocate for the resources that you need. In talking to people, I know that the teachers are very committed, the parents are very committed. I think I can learn from being here, and I hope that the experience that I have can also help you. But it looks like a place where education really is valued and people are really committed to education. And I would like the opportunity to be part of that.
Wonderful. Why do you think that you're the right person?
I'm a people person, and I'm a process person. And one of the things that I think I enjoy the most is working with a group of people to try to find out where people are, what are people's strengths, what are your challenges, and then help you come up with solutions and use my background and experience to say, well, have you thought about doing it this way? One of the things that I included in my packet is a simple exercise that I have done going into a new school district, which I call my Strengths and Challenges protocol, where I, for Palmer, during our summer leadership retreat with my principals and the few district administrators that I have, and it's what are the strengths that you see in the Palmer School District and what are your challenges? And then we group them and then we prioritize them. And it gives me a really good snapshot of what people think about the district, and then also helps me formulate, well, what can I do during the time that I'm here? And the newsletter that I have in here actually talks about that. And I set 3 goals for things that I felt I could accomplish while I was here at Palmer for those 6 months, and have used that as the basis for what I do. And I updated school committee all along the way, and I believe that I've made a difference in that school district. And I see doing the same process coming to Neshoba and getting to know you through that exercise, and trying to match my skills and experience with what I can do to help you. And I should say that that Strengths and Challenges exercise has now been used by all the principals with their schools, and they're using that to work with their faculty and set some goals. Some of the departments have used it. I've used it on some of my committees, and it's just a really fast way to say, you know, what's going on and where do we need to go and what can we do to get there.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn the next 2 questions over to Neil Darcy.
Yes. Could you tell me how, or summarize in 1 sentence each, how you believe parents, and I'll repeat this if you like, how you believe parents, faculty, staff, students, and the community would characterize you as an educational leader?
Even as a principal, I always worked very closely with parents. One of the things that I feel very strongly is a great respect for every parent and where they're coming from and what they have to offer. And really try to listen to understand where they're coming from. I have a lot of respect for their advocacy for their own students. And I think as an educational leader, parents see me as someone they can talk to and someone who will listen to them. I may not always agree with them, but they know that I will definitely consider what they have to say and work with parents to find a solution. And I think parents see me as very approachable. And for all of these groups, I'm just a very positive person, and I always look for the positive in people. And I think parents feel that. In terms of faculty, I would say the same thing. One of the districts that I've been in, the faculty have really been, I hate to use the word downtrodden, but have been through a lot. The school district was not seen as a great school district. It was a very negative image of it. And one of my goals was to turn it around and to highlight all the positive things going on in the schools. And there were many positive things going on in the schools. And people saw me, the faculty saw me as someone who would advocate for the staff, who would fight for what they were trying to do. Again, someone who would listen, but also someone who would put things in action and get things done. One of the things that we're working on in Palmer is to change that negative image to a positive one. A simple thing that was pointed out to me was the website, which was about 15, 20 years old, and put together by a college student who happened to be doing an internship during the summer. And they wanted a new website. So I put together a website committee, and we looked to see where we could find some money, and we hired a company. And we met this afternoon, and we now have the template for our website. And it's going to be up and running maybe by the time I leave. So I'm a person of action. I want to get things done. I'll listen to other people, but faculty see me as someone who will really work to find solutions and make them happen. In terms of students, and I smile when I talk about students, because I believe strongly that the most important part of the school system is what happens in a classroom every day. I spend a lot of time in classrooms to get to know the teachers, but also to get to know the students. And one of the things that I tell teachers when I first meet them in a group is that I'm a very hands-on superintendent. I write children's stories, which I'm trying to get published, which is another long story if I ever retire. And to invite me to come into classrooms and share my work and share my stories. And teachers take me up on that. And in fact, there's an article that I gave you which talks about me going into a classroom and sharing a poem that I wrote for Thanksgiving that I share with faculty. And have done that in a number of the classrooms in all of my districts. At the high school, I've worked very closely with some of the student council members, and they're a fantastic group. So I really enjoy working with students. I think I'm still a teacher at heart, and I think you get a really good sense for what's going on in schools and classrooms by working with kids and talking to kids. In terms of the community, I'm a very community-minded person. I've always done a lot of outreach to the community. One of the things that I do as an interim, first going into a community, is to ask people who are the leaders in the community that I'm going to be working with and that I need to know. So when I went into Palmer, I met with the fire chief and the police chief, and I met with the head of the senior center and the DPW director, and the head of the library. And Palmer has a fantastic library with so many resources. And I ended up doing my leadership retreat that summer at the library. Some people go to the Cape, we went to Palmer Library, but it was a fantastic experience. And as part of the agenda, asked for the library staff to come down and meet with my leadership staff and talk about the resources in the library and start forming connections. And a lot of good connections came out of that I think have really carried forward. My special ed director was thrilled to know that they do internships with students. So I'm always very heavily invested in the community. They're such an important part of the school, and can really add to the school. And I think it's part of building up a whole pride in the town and a pride in the school. And everyone really needs to work together, and the community needs to know that we appreciate them for supporting our schools. So I think it's a real partnership.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. I do have the next question also, and that is, what are the key differences between being the interim superintendent and the superintendent?
I think for being the permanent superintendent, you're really looking long-term at what are my goals and where does the district really need to go and how am I going to get there? And I think you've got a longer time to try to implement those plans. And as we all know, change doesn't happen overnight. You've got to really take it step by step and plan it out step by step. So, for instance, some of the things that I've seen in my districts that I know if I were the permanent superintendent, I would really work to carefully bring people along to make those changes. An interim only has a shorter period of time, but I think an interim can lay the groundwork for a permanent superintendent coming in. And I think that's what I've tried to do in Palmer. Palmer had not seen a lot of strong instructional leadership for a long time. There is no curriculum support in that district. They do not have any professional development. We were able to reconfigure our Title IIA grant so that we were able to get a part-time curriculum facilitator. So that was a start to some of the things that the district really needs to work on. And I hope as an interim that I can lay some of those foundations and, as I said, really work with the people who know the district and say, what can I do for you as interim to help you in the time that I'm here?
Kathy, you have the next two questions.
Okay. How would you go about preparing for the interim superintendency? And what kinds of information would you need from us to get started?
Notebook. As I started that process and started collecting data on Neshoba and the people, I have a list of most of your central office staff, which is about 10 times what I have in some of my smaller districts.
And how big is the Palmer School District?
It's about 1,400 students. But I've been in districts that are about the size of Neshoba. So it's not that I haven't been in larger districts. I love your curriculum highlights. I love those brochures. I love the fact that your district plan is 5 years, so you don't have to keep redoing it. It's really finding out what already exists. What do you have going on the website, which I've already done. And again, talking to people and finding out what it is you're looking for and where you want to see the district go. Again, it's meeting people in the community, finding out what are the things that you're looking for. Budget is a huge part of that, and where do you stand with the budget, and what are the challenges that you face, and really looking at the challenges and saying, as I mentioned, you know, how can I fit in and help you with that?
Thank you. That's the next question too. What would be your action plan or goals for the first month as interim? And then what about the next 5 months after that?
My first month would be really getting to know people, getting around to all the schools. I would like to set up after-school meetings at each of the schools where I could introduce myself, where I could start meeting with staff, let them know who I am, get a sense of what the school is like. Certainly meeting with the leadership team. I don't know if they had regular meetings, but finding out if they did, fitting into that schedule, finding out how the leadership teams worked. One of the things that I do in my district is put together a staff list for every single school, and I have to organize it in my own way. I could show you a sample if you wanted. But when I go around to the buildings, I want to know which teachers are in which rooms, what they teach, because then I get to start knowing them on a personal basis. And even thinking back to Palmer, the number of teachers and staff who I've really worked very closely with and have really gotten to know and formed a relationship with in a short period of time. But those are the things that are important for a superintendent. Certainly getting out into the communities, meeting the people in the communities, better understanding town governments, meeting with town managers. In Palmer, I also met with the chair of the town council, finding out if you have town councils, if you have town meeting, your structure of government, all the things to help me frame my work as a superintendent. Doing some of my strengths and challenges, exercises that I mentioned. And then for the next 5 months, it would be using that information to say, all right, what are my goals and what can I do and how can I make myself useful? And really working on those goals, but not by myself, but really engaging the people that I'm working with. In Palmer, I set up 3 different committees to meet some of the challenges that we had discovered in talking. The first one was a professional development committee. I mentioned that we really didn't have professional development. So again, we were able to look at our 2A grant and put together some money to give stipends to teachers to teach after-school courses. And the facilitator would get a stipend in PDPs, and the teachers who took the courses would get PDPs. So we now have 4 classes. Actually, I taught the first one. I taught a grant writing course and had 21 people who took the course with me. And we have 3 courses that are now set up between now and January, and we just sent out a flyer for 2 more courses. And I put one of the assistant principals in charge of the professional development committee so that it will carry on after I go. The second committee was my website committee, which we've been really gung-ho and made sure that we had representatives from each of the schools. So that committee really took off. And then our third committee was a technology committee, because the technology in Palmer has a lot that needs to be done. Unfortunately, it's tied to budget, so we're not sure how far we can go. But we have definitely identified our strengths and challenges. I did that with the technology committee and used that as a basis for a report to the school committee on what we found and what was the state of technology in Palmer and what did we need in order to move forward, especially with our new MCAS 2.0 coming in, which is eventually going to be computer-based. And in no way is Palmer ready to do that. But again, the challenge was money. But that committee was one that I started and worked through and will leave to carry on after I've left. And continuing to make connections with people, to listen, and to involve the school committee and the people that I work with in moving the district forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, you're up.
I'm never prepared, am I? All right. What expectations do you have for your principals? Can you give 1 or 2 examples of how you have supported and assisted them in understanding their responsibilities and the impact of their decisions?
When I was a principal, what I told my teachers is my role was to help them grow as teachers and as individuals, and worked very closely with them, setting goals, giving them feedback, talking with them. As a superintendent, I see myself in that same role working with principals. one of the things that I made sure that I did was to begin the educator evaluation process with all my principals, which involved setting goals with each of them. So they each did a student learning goal, a professional practice goal, and 2 school improvement goals. I also did the same thing with my district administrators. And I'm now in the process of completing walkthroughs with all of them, where we go over the progress that they've made in their goals. I also go through the building level administrator rubric with the 4 standards, and we talk about how do they see themselves as an instructional leader, as a manager, as someone who works with families and community and engagement, and also who works on professional culture in their school. And we then do a walkthrough of the building where they can talk to me about, well, when I go into this teacher's classroom, this is what I see. I just did the walkthrough with the high school principal today. And one of the things that, as a district, they're really going to be working on, I have to get through the we today and make that transition, is best instructional practices with a real focus on student engagement. Because I think if they can get student engagement from their teachers, then everything else sort of falls in line. And going around and where I've been in the classroom and I have observed teachers and their engagement, and the high school principal talked about the same thing, and we were able to share what each of us has observed. And I find that those types of professional and collegial conversations, I guess, is what I really enjoy the most, and provide a lot of feedback to principals and a lot of support. And they come to me and say, well, this is the problem that I'm having. What's been your experience? And I sort of smiled because I've been in a number of districts in a number of different roles. So I've been a principal, I've been a curriculum director, been an assistant superintendent and a superintendent, and I have all my files on my little flash drive, which I take from place to place. And the joke is, if they're talking about something and they need something, they say, okay, go to your flash drive, because I probably have it somewhere on my flash drive. An example of that was with the Professional Development Committee, and they were talking about courses, and one of the teachers said, what we really need is a grant writing course. And I go, done that, and that's why I pulled it together. But I really see myself as supporting the principals, helping them grow, but at the same time setting pretty high expectations for what I'm looking for in terms of their interactions with staff, their roles as instructional leaders, and that is just so important. And they have to show the teachers that they know what they're talking about with curriculum and instruction and assessment, especially if they're providing feedback through their educator evaluation system. Really working with them and enjoying working with them.
Thank you. All right, this is another multi-parter. All right, got it. How would you, as the interim superintendent, A, focus on student achievement, B, work with the community, and C, maintain and sustain the leadership team? Again, you have answered to most of these in one way or another, so
Okay.
wherever you would like to
And I take it
expand.
this is not a either or, it's
All of them. I like as much information as possible.
Student achievement and looking at the levels of your schools, which are all either level 1 or level 2, which is really good, having come from a lot of level 3 school districts. But that doesn't mean that there isn't room for growth in student achievement. And really looking at the data that's being used to look at student achievement and how that impacts teacher instruction and curriculum. When I was in Northbridge, one of our goals was to become a data-driven district. So I had all staff and the leadership team trained in using data and looking at data. And that really had an impact on what teachers were doing in the classroom. And we talked about this data pyramid because so much of what we do is focused on that MCAS or the PARC, which is really at the top, which is only one time a year. But the foundation of that data pyramid are the formative assessments that teachers should be doing in their classrooms every day and every week. And that's what they really use to look at, are students learning? Is my teaching effective? Am I reaching all students? And they talk about the gaps of which students are learning, which students aren't. And trying to spearhead some of those conversations with the leadership team and with the principals and say, all right, where can we get better with what we're doing? With the community, I've talked about the community. In your packet, I have some examples of my outreach to the community. One of the things in there is the bus accident response protocol, which when I was in one of my districts, we learned very quickly after we had a bus accident that there really wasn't a protocol. And teachers and administrators really did not react appropriately. So I called the fire department and the police department and the ambulance service and the local hospitals, and we formed a safety committee and we wrote a bus accident safety protocol. When I got to Palmer, we did the same thing. And we wrote up a protocol, but it was based on the people in the community who work in the community. Also in your packet is a presentation that we just had last week on the opiate addiction problem. And that was brought to me by the school nurse leader, because I do work very closely with all staff and value everything that they do. And she had heard this wonderful speaker during one of her conferences and came back to me. And actually, the joke is she'd asked this person if she would come to Palmer before she asked me if it was okay. And what I tell everyone is I want people to feel strongly that they want to take an initiative and show their leadership, and I will support them with that. So working with her, we put together this presentation, and on the flyer at the bottom it says this initiative has been supported by the Palmer Police Department, Fire Department, Bay State Wing Hospital, the ambulance service, the vocational school that was in our district. It really was a community effort and a community forum. So again, it's that outreach to the community and valuing what they can do and working together. And in terms of my leadership team, I have been doing leadership team meetings every 2 weeks. I set an agenda, but they also add agenda items. One of the first things that we start with is to go around and have everyone tell us one positive thing that's gone on in their school in the last 2 weeks. Whether it's something students have done, whether it's something teachers have done. But again, it's setting that positive tone and looking for what are the good accomplishments. But it's also sharing ideas. And principals will say, wow, I never thought about doing that. Can you talk a little bit more about it? So it's really forming the leadership team as almost a professional learning community where they're working together and sharing ideas and using their strengths to help each other. And again, as an interim where I'm only going to be here for a short time, if I can begin that communication and get them really working as a team and supporting each other, I feel that I'll have left something of value in the district.
Thank you.
Mark Jones, you're up.
What do you need from us as a school committee to ensure your success in your role as an interim superintendent?
I've talked about how I respect teachers and community and parents, but please know how much I also respect school committee members. and the role that you play in leading the district. And I feel I've always had a very close relationship with school committee. I welcome your questions, either by email or phone calls. Try to answer them. You are the advocates for the school district. And as a superintendent, I am here to support that. So what I would look for from you would be some honest feedback, information, advice, what's going on, what do I have to be careful of as a superintendent, and again, really building a partnership. With the experience that I've had in various districts, feel that I may have some information that I can help you with. I've been part of 2 policy rewrites of the entire policy manual. The last one, yes, I know, but I worked with MASC, but basically I was a liaison, I was assistant superintendent at the time, and did it all on my computer and sent it to MASC, so became very familiar with policy. So I'm very happy to help with that. But it's really just having an open, honest, respectful relationship with you. And, you know, I want you to tell me things I'm doing wrong. And I don't take anything personally. I'm here to grow, and I hope that I grow in every place that I go to. And I think if you can help me with that, and I can help you grow in return, I think that would be the best of both worlds.
Thank you. What are your experiences in school finance and budgeting and planning that would help you succeed during this interim period? And have you had occasion to ever look for efficiencies in the budget cycle, and do you have examples of that?
As a principal and then as a superintendent, I have worked to help revise the whole budget process to become much more transparent, much more site-based, where people had to really justify the money that they were asking for, and be very thoughtful about where the money was going. And it certainly started with site-based management, because the principals are in charge of their budget and in charge of what happens in their school. And then working with the principals to work with their staff and decide, we have so much money, what do you need, how are we going to apportion this? Coming up with forms to be able to record that, and then putting that together and meeting with school committee, with all of the leadership team, with the union, with any town government people who wanted to meet with us, and talking about the budget. What's in there? Why is this money necessary? In terms of efficiencies, unfortunately, I've also been part of a school district where we did not have the money to support what we needed to do. And the town did not support us in looking for an override or looking for a debt exclusion. But I was part of the process for leading the charge to try to get that override and going out to all of the different groups in town to talk about the budget and what were our issues. We met at the senior center. We presented to the selectmen. We presented to parents. We helped form a very strong parent group, because as a school district, by conflict of interest, we were somewhat limited in what we could advocate for in terms of an override. But supported parents who put a group together to really advocate for that. And then when it didn't come through, unfortunately, having to cut and coming up with tiers of cuts. These things are things that we could cut, and yes, it would be hard, but we could live with it. And then your second tier of cuts, these things would have an impact on the classroom. If we had to, we would cut them, but there would be consequences. And then your tier 1 of things that really are critical. But if we have to cut that much money, then you've got to get into tier 1. And helping the town and the parents and the community understand the implications of what happens if we have to get to tier 1 and we have to make those cuts. But really working with the leadership team and school committee, looking at every place you possibly can to be efficient and to make the money go as far as it can, with an eye towards what is going to have the biggest impact on student achievement and student learning, because that's what the money really needs to go for.
Thank you.
Great. Neil?
Yes, accountability means different things to different people. In your time with us, and this is a two-parter, so I'm going to put the first one out there first, and then, well, we'll get to B after. How could you, as superintendent, lead our accountability effort to demonstrate that we are successful with student achievement?
I go back to my work with the leadership team and with the principals, and discussions that we have in terms of accountability. And looking at your scores, not just on the MCAS, but any other assessments that are being used. If you're doing AimsWeb, if you're doing Lexia, are students making progress? Because it's really hard sometimes just to show it on the MCAS or the PARC, because that only happens once a year. So you really need to look at progress that students are making every single day and every single week. And are principals looking at student failures? And are certain teachers having more failures than other teachers? And why are these students failing? Is it because they're not doing their homework? And does that really translate to, I'm going to fail a student, when they can do the work in the classroom? Of course, that gets into grading systems and standards-based report cards. So it really is a very complex process. But some of the conversations I've been having with principals during our walkthroughs deals with accountability, and principals looking at some of the MCAS data and looking at quarterly grades and looking at teachers where a larger percentage of their students are not making progress and are failing, and having those difficult conversations with them. Let's take a look at, why are so many of your kids having difficulties? Maybe you've got a tough class, but let's look at some other factors. And having those conversations with principals and supporting principals to have those conversations with their teachers.
Thank you. And then part B is, how can the school district demonstrate accountability to the various constituencies within the community?
I love to put together events that highlight the work that students are doing. One of my districts where we were really stressing technology, we had a technology fair. And we pulled together computers from all over the district. And we had students from every grade level there to demonstrate to parents, these are the things that we're learning. And having even first graders and kindergartners getting on computers, and parents coming and seeing the work that's being done in the schools. One of my districts, we did a celebration of learning, and we did somewhat of the same thing, where we had representatives from every school, and they set up demonstrations of the work that they were accomplishing in the classrooms, and invited parents to come and just really showcase the great things that we were doing. It can be done on a district basis, it can be done on a school basis. My experience to get parents in is to involve the kids. And I know sometimes it's difficult just to get parents in for a presentation, but if you have the kids demonstrating their learning, they will come and they will see it. And the kids are so proud of the work that they are doing. So it's really a win-win situation for the students and the parents and the community. And it really highlights the accountability, and these are the high-level things that we're doing.
Why am I always on the next page?
How would you prepare the district for the permanent new leader to take over?
In my 2 interims, I have worked very closely with the school committee in supporting you as you look for a new superintendent, helping you if you have questions, when the permanent superintendent's candidates come in, helping set up their site visits, helping you if you need help with questions, with any of those arrangements. Getting to know the candidates myself, and also helping the candidates get a good snapshot of the district and answering their questions the best way that I can, just being available. For Palmer, a lot of the school committee members asked for my opinion on who I thought they should pick as the permanent superintendent. And I said, I can't do that because it has to be your decision and you have to be comfortable with the person that you pick. But what I did do is put together a paper, thoughts on choosing a superintendent, and just from my own experience, saying if I were looking for a superintendent, these are some of the things that I would want to know and I would take into account. And this is just before they took their vote on who they were going to choose. And I said, think about, are you looking for someone who's already had experience? Is that important to you? Or do you see someone coming in who may not have had that experience but has shown their strengths in other ways? Are you looking for someone who has had experience as a principal, as a teacher, so that you have a strong instructional leader? And just went down all the factors that I think about to help them process candidates and think about what is going to be the best match for us, for our district, and help you in that way.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Jones?
Would you be able to stay for more than 6 months if a new superintendent candidate had not been selected in that time frame?
Yes, I would consider. I've been asked that in my other 2 districts where I was the interim. I get very connected to the districts where I'm in, and really want what's best for the district. As the interim, I always say what is best for the district is for you to find someone who is going to be a good match, who can be with you long term and really stay with you and make the changes that need to be made. So, I'm not looking to stay long term, but I also understand that if you go through the process and you don't feel that there is a good match, that it would be hard just to settle for someone and hope it worked out, because that may not be what's best for the district. And if that were to happen and you honestly felt that me staying longer would be helpful to you, I would consider doing that.
Thank you. We have one more question, and I'll ask it of you, and then I want you to feel free to answer that question and provide any last thoughts you have. So I'll ask the question, and then I'm going to ask you if you have questions for us, and then we'll do that.
Okay.
Is there something that you would like us to know about you that we may not have asked you directly?
That's always a good question. I usually think of that way. I think you've had some great questions. You've really covered most of the areas I think curriculum instruction assessment is really, really key and is the foundation for a strong school district. One of the things that I certainly noticed was the number of curriculum facilitators you have, which I'm sure provides real guidance and leadership in those areas. I was curious, I didn't see a math curriculum facilitator. It may just not have been on the website.
We have STEM.
Okay, so that incorporates
Yes,
the math
science
into
and-
that.
yeah.
Okay, the math isn't listed, but I see myself as a strong instructional leader. When I was a curriculum director and when I was the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, I think it's the job that I've enjoyed the most because it was doing all the things that I really love. Working with teachers on teaching, on effective instructional practices, professional development, which is what I love, and then also avoiding a lot of the politics that you get as superintendent, which is maybe why it was one of my favorite jobs, although I really enjoy superintendent also. So I do see myself as an instructional leader and feel that that's the most important part of any job in the school district, because that's where it's at.
Wonderful.
So,
Okay. At this point, I think unless there's anything else you'd like us to know, we are going to, first of all, we all appreciate you coming and spending time with us. Thank you for taking the time to put the packets together. When you've left, we're going to go through the packet and have some discussion.
okay.
And I will be in touch with you probably tomorrow, give you an update.
Okay. One thing to point out, which is sort of a summary of a lot of the things that I do, is my latest superintendent newsletter. I didn't get November done, it was a short month. But I think it talks about a lot of the things you've talked about, where I introduce the new superintendent, I report on my goals, I talk about the curriculum work that we've put in place.
Did you write this all yourself?
Most of it I wrote, some of it I also got from some of the schools.
That's good, because that's a lot of writing.
Yeah, it highlights a lot of the positive things that
Mhm.
we've been doing. The other thing that's in there that I think gives you a lot of information about me, that was our district strengths and challenges exercise that I did with the leadership team
Mhm.
that I used as the basis for my goals. And I've also included my September superintendent update, which is what I usually do at school committee meetings. And I saw what your format was, and we, if I were hired, we could talk about that. But this highlights some of the work that I did as interim. You can see the parent information night, reaching out to parents, my interim superintendent goals that I talked about, and also the district committees. And I think it gives a good snapshot of what I was trying to accomplish as interim, and also being very transparent and working with school committee and letting them know what we've been doing.
Wonderful. Thank you for putting all this together. Thank you for coming out, sharing your time with us, and we appreciate all of the work.
Okay, and thank you for the work that you do. And I respect your decision in terms of what is best for your district.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
All right, I will walk with Nancy and then come back and get started.
Thank you for coming out.
How are you? Good, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So are you folks taking a vote tonight? I'm confused.
We are deliberating at this point, so
Okay.
Lorraine will come back and explain the process.
All right.
Can you review the protocol for deliberation?
Yes, yes. Okay, folks. We're now going to move into the deliberation phase of tonight. Kathy put this together for me, of course. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue with our round robin approach. And I'm going to ask each of you to share what you thought the candidates, each of the three candidates' strengths were. We're not going to compare the candidates to one another. We're really truly going to be looking at each candidate individually as a fit for our district. Okay, I'm out of breath from running up the stairs. It's a bad sign. All right, and we'll see what comes out of the discussion. Okay?
Okay.
Who would like?
Can I just add something? I think
Yeah.
maybe you want to talk to, or it's important that I think that, you know, the world out there know that this isn't the first exposure that we've had to the information about the people that would be here tonight. So we've had resumes that we've been looking at. We've been able to vet on our own.
We talked about that at
Google
the
searches
beginning,
and
but
so
it's
forth.
probably not a bad
But
idea to
again,
reinforce.
That was a few
Okay.
hours ago, and now we're getting
Yeah,
into
that
that
was
process. So I
3.5
think it would be-
hours ago, is
Yeah.
right. Okay, so just, thank you, Neil, just to go back over to, Neil's referencing how we got to this point. And, so the way we got to this point is, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees is the guiding firm that works with Massachusetts school committees. We met with them a few weeks ago. Kathy talked with them, and then we met with our representative at the conference. And we talked about various things. When we followed up with her, she said, well, what is it that you're looking for in a superintendent? Now, they understand our district because they've been working with us. So we told them that the things we were looking for is someone with strong fiscal management, someone who had an ability to wrap their arms around our community, our full school community, parents, teachers, students, and our officials in our towns. We were looking for someone who had experience with a large, multifaceted organization. And I think there was one more. What was the other one, Kath? I can't remember what I
What's
asked
the
her.
selection criteria? You want to review that, because that's what we put under selection criteria.
So the selection criteria is what you're going to select this.
Well, that's what we decided last
right.
night would be, and I added,
So why don't you
Yeah.
go through it?
go through what?
Yeah. You want to talk through the selection criteria?
Sure, happy to. So, last night we talked about the things that were key for us experience of strong fiscal management and an understanding of the nuances of school district budget, experience in working with town boards and the community in a collaborative way, and ability to provide us with input and feedback that will help us improve as a school committee and as a school district. We also talked about looking for evidence that the candidate is aligned, the candidate's responses demonstrate alignment with the core values of the district, which are comprehensive and challenging education, high expectation of personalized learning for each student, caring, engaging, and respectful schools, safe and healthy environment, commitment to professional development, and community involvement and support. And so, as Lorraine said, we will be, when we talk about the candidates, we're looking at them and their alignment, if you will, or how good of a match they are to our selection criteria. We are not comparing them to each other. And it's important to that we focus on each candidate's strengths and as we begin our deliberations.
So one of the things I'd like to ask you, Kathy, is if you would share some of the information you gathered from the reference checks that you did on the
Certainly.
3 candidates.
Okay. Each candidate was asked to provide a list of references, not necessarily in writing, but I was able to contact 3 references for each of the candidates. And I asked each reference the following questions. The first question, can you give examples of how the candidate worked with the community at large to better understand the needs of the schools? Was there ever a contentious community issue that the candidate had to handle? If so, can you speak to how the candidate handled it? The second question was, can you speak to the candidate's experience with school finance and budgeting, specifically his working relationship with yourself, the reference, and members of the FinCom, and how the candidate communicated the school budget to the various stakeholders in the town. And then the last question was, can you describe the candidate's working relationship with his or her leadership team? And then after that, I asked if they wanted to add anything else. And based on these questions had to be modified, adapted based on the person, their role and their experience. So if you'd like, I'll go in the order.
Sure.
And so I just wrote some things down with regard to,
Maybe start with George, since he was
yeah,
there
I have,
first.
I just gotta get, yes. I spoke with Kelly Devlin, who is the counselor in Hale. I talked with Charles Sisitsky, who is the chairman of the Framingham Board of Selectmen, and Chris Petrini, who was on the Board of Selectmen in Framingham when Mr. King was the town manager, and has done some legal work for this school district. So I'm just going to read the notes. Let's see. Okay, and with regard to George, because he had done so much work as the town manager in Framingham, and 2 of his references from there, the references focus around that position. Adept at budget, helps selectmen work through and understand it along with the community, knows where money can be best utilized, strongest person he knows is the person responding in terms of his understanding of school and municipal budgets. And a good leader, collaborative, a team player, has good judgment and is loyal. Tremendous understanding of the entire budget process, worked well with schools, has the ability to work things out and explain how parts of the budget come together, great attention to detail, got ahead of issues before they became issues, able to bring people together, good at balancing the needs of the community with the needs of the different departments. Met often with his department heads, made sure they knew what was going on with the town boards. Honest, doesn't try to hide things, this individual said he had confidence in Mr. King's leadership. From the school counselor, and you'll see that there's sort of a change in focus, has brought various programs to the middle school. For example, Finding Kind, a bullying prevention program, has parent coffees, and he holds them in the morning and in the evenings so that parents can attend, so that he can hear from different parents with questions and concerns. Does a nice job validating parent and staff concerns. He's a good listener. Presents school and district budget to the staff at faculty meetings and at the school council meetings. Make sure people understand the school budget and the district budget. Keeps faculty informed of what is going on in the district. Meets with each grade level team and related arts team 1 time per 6-day cycle. His leadership style is that he has an open door and no one hesitates to see him, and he's always available. So that's from Mr. King. For Mr. Bates, Dr. Bates. I spoke with a teacher who worked in Boxborough and who now lives in our district. I spoke with the school committee chair and also the Boxborough town administrator. Here are the comments. Consistently professional, collaborative, effective manager, always exudes a positive attitude and willingness to tackle problems. Big part of the community, visible, has done a lot of outreach to town departments, selectmen, FinCom, has forged connections between the school and community. They spoke specifically about a school partnership with the library, and Dr. Bates was successful in getting a walking path built over the wetlands to link the school with the library. They had the contentious issue part. In Boxborough several years ago, there was an issue where a beloved, well-respected teacher was involved with child pornography. It was outside of school, but you can only imagine the angst it would raise in the community. Handled it with calm and care, held forums for community, parents, kept people updated on the status of what was happening, brought in the police chief and counselors to talk to kids and parents and staff. The emphasis was on helping kids feel safe and understand in ways that were developmentally appropriate for them. They talked about his improving the relationship with the FinCom over the budget, built good relationships with the FinCom, held 2 or 3 community forums before the town meeting, did a lot of cleanup of the budget book to increase transparency and made sure that people understood the budget. And this person said that Dr. Bates is all about the kids. The town administrator said that he was easy to deal with, open. He did a lot of outreach, and he met frequently with everyone in the town departments. Very communicative, holds open house, again, used the word outreach and communication. She said, always great budget work under Curt's direction, excellent relationship with the FinCom, wonderful, approachable. Talked about that they did the school had an IT person and the town did not, and worked out a way to share that resource with the town. And then she said, he did great stuff with kids, and that's the Johnny Appleseed thing, but she didn't go into detail, but that came through in what people had to say. So that was Dr. Bates, and then Dr. Spitulnik. I had an opportunity to speak with the school committee chair in Palmer, the school committee chair in Northbridge, where she was the assistant superintendent and then the superintendent, and I had a brief conversation with the business manager in Palmer, but here are the comments. In Palmer, from the school committee chair, as an interim, she immediately reached out to the town manager, police, fire department. She knows the town. She attends school and town functions, does a lot of outreach to parents, and brought in someone to talk about the opiate epidemic, Shortly after she arrived, they were dealing with the aftermath of a bomb scare, frequent bomb hoaxes and scares at the middle school. And she had to deal with the residue of that, but worked with parents to come up with a policy to address how to handle situations as they arise involving the immediate safety and security of the building and then communication with parents. Works well with administration and school committee. The principals were sad to see her go. She had a good working relationship with the school committee. Even though she was an interim, she looked for areas that could be improved, and she brought the district forward in the time that she was there. The Northbridge School Committee Chair, the superintendent resigned, and she really didn't want to be the superintendent, but they persuaded her to be the superintendent, and the chair said she found out that she enjoyed it and that she was good at it. Within the first month of her becoming the superintendent, there was an incident with a substitute teacher who was involved with child pornography. Not through the school again, but even though it doesn't happen in the school, it has repercussions for the school, pulled together resources to help the community cope, was open and transparent, had forums to put parents, teachers, the community at ease. She handled it in a way that didn't create drama. It was, this is what's going on and here's what we're going to do. Did many things to engage the community. She had a Read Around Town summer program. Each week, a different town department would have students come, and someone from the department would read a story relevant to that department, like police or fire. I don't know about the other departments, but those would be my hot topics there. But anyway, it was a way to build, and then they'd get a tour of the facility. Again, a way to build strong community connections and to encourage reading and get the kids interested and understanding of their community and town. Open and transparent with budget process, developed strong relationships with FinCom and the town manager, actively presented the budget to the various community groups. In addition to the school community groups, she met with groups outside of the school and emphasis on meeting with the seniors in the town. Positive, strong relationship with administration and principals. He said there were never any complaints about her, which he said in his experience is rare. She's professional, she has high standards, she's trustworthy, she's direct but in a nice way. And again, recruited to be the superintendent. She didn't want to be, but she got good at it. So that's the summary of the reference chapter.
Thank you for all of that.
You're welcome.
Okay, why don't we talk about the positive attributes of each candidate one at a time? Does that sound good? Okay, before Neil, Kathy, myself, Nicole, and Mark talk, I want to try to grab something out of Lynn, and then I will do smoke signals with Kathy. If you go last. Okay. Okay. So Kathy has just signaled to us that she is going to go last because we may have similar comments. Lynn, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I don't want to go first.
Okay, Neil, you're on.
So
Let's talk about the positive attributes. What did you like about George King? We know him, but what else? What did you learn?
I think George brings a lot of positive attributes to the table. You know, he brings the familiarity with the district. He is undoubtedly very strong with his budget knowledge and skills. And he has a working relationship with, at the very least, the STO teachers over at his school. I think he talked to the questions well. And I want to save some other things for other people to talk about here, so that's...
Anybody have anything they want to?
Can we just go around the table?
Sure, Kathy, you want to go?
Sure. I think clearly George's strength is in the area of understanding budget and finances, and the people that had worked with him previously felt that he was probably one of the top people in the field that really had a good understanding of all the aspects, some of which involve math. And I say that because I'm not good at that, but in explaining it, and George spoke about how he treats the district's money as if it were his own, and they didn't say it in those words exactly, but talked about how detail-oriented he was in looking at the budget and helping people understanding the nuances of budget and working with the different town departments to understand it. And so that clearly emerged as a strength of his. I thought he had some good responses about working with the school committee, sees the value of communication, and I felt it was to his credit to acknowledge some of the challenges that he experienced in communication, and it's nice when somebody can be reflective in that way.
Mhm.
So I feel that those were real strengths.
Wonderful. Nicole?
I actually wrote reflective down several times.
Mhm.
It's obvious that he has been at the least reflective of his past 10 years and where he can grow and learn. If you don't mind, you guys, I'm just going to kind of go down my asterisk list here. The continual learning that he placed upon himself, and one thing that we have kind of seen with him, that one of his referenced was that he sees issues coming, and that is one thing that I do really appreciate about George. Spend time, I have to get my writing better.
Okay.
I liked how he talked about the fiscal realities of our district. The fact that we have a very affluent community, but we have not a very affluent budget. I think sometimes is a shocker to a lot of people, and that he can put that into context. I appreciated it when he talked about that. I really liked his particular action plan as far as what the first month is toward the 5th month. Talking about the budget, the principles and how they would impact his budget, not decisions, but collaborations, I thought was a nice thing about empowering them and allowing them to manage their own resources. His, again, the reflective thing that he talked about, the multi-pronged approach to the community, of a reintroduction to town officials, I thought was impressive also. And then if I could just say, we didn't really talk about this, but I think my biggest support of George right now comes from the fact of how new we all are. And I don't know about adding someone also brand new into our mix. And that's one thing that I appreciate about his institutional knowledge, I think, is important. And that we wouldn't have to get someone else up to speed.
Thank you. Mark?
I think George has great historical depth in our finances, and I felt him describe, and through the references on his resume, I could see that that is carried forward from his experience at the municipal level as well. And I could get a sense that he understands that any superintendent relies deeply on the people around him, and that he expressed well the need to support principals to do the work that they need to do, and to figure out, to aid them to figure out how to do their job in a collaborative. I think he's philosophical in recognizing our challenges in the recent past and perhaps the longer past, in realizing that he needs to go out and visit the leadership of the towns and other aspects of the towns as if he were a new arrival, to reach out to people. So I think that's a strong recognition of the facts of what's necessary to do. I liked his responses about finding efficiencies where needed, and I think that he's perfectly capable of doing so as needed. And I also I thought his desire and request actually for clarity from the school committee is, I think, important, and important to us as well, to have a unified direction for whoever is going to be in this position. And I think it's interesting for him to talk about that he feels he has some desire and willingness to be an innovative leader, recognizing the caution of doing so in the context of how slowly or quickly is desirable. So I think that was an interesting statement for him to say.
Lynn,
Yep.
do you want to add anything?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know change is scary, but I love what Curt was saying about, change is good. And I
Oh,
love
what we're talking about.
Wait a
sorry,
second.
sorry.
Lynn,
Sorry.
we're talking about the attributes, the positive attributes of George.
Oh, okay. He's familiar. He's safe. He's there.
Okay. All right, thank you. Kathy, do you want to read Kathy's comments?
I would be happy to. Here for 10 years, he has 20 years of experience with municipal's budget, responsible, honest, informed, knowledgeable about our district. I've mentioned he was a steward of the community's investment. As an interim, the focus would be on the day-to-day and focus on priorities of our district goals, to ensure that no efforts fall off track. Principals should be empowered to lead learning, enjoys budgeting, great asset for budget. Many examples for efficiencies of budget, always available, open door.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot to add on George, because I think everybody's kind of covered it all. We all had similar themes. I love the institutional capital that he has. I mean, he knows us. He knows our budget intimately. So if there were efficiencies we were looking to participate in, he would know where the levers are that could cause pain, and where the levers are that might not cause pain. So I like that. I was really impressed with the way George acknowledged, maybe how the last budget cycle wasn't as, it may not have unraveled as he would have liked it to have. But I think it takes an impressive professional to admit that, and then admit a plan to put in place to move it forward. So, and I do think that George is innovative. I do. I think he knows how to take really large, complex pieces of information and process them in his head, and then present something a little bit differently. So for me, those were the things that were that stood out, other than the fact that we know him and we've worked with him. So, Okay, so that was George. And then let's talk about Curt Bates. Lynn, do you want to try this one first, or you still want to wait?
Sure, I can go. I love that it's just education and that he likes change. Like he said, we keep asking the kids to, be all they can be and take chances, and he's saying the educators should do the same thing. I like that.
Okay. Neil?
I was impressed with several things that Dr. Bates had to say, that I thought actually dovetail very well with our district and where we are right now. First of all, he's coming from similar demographics, so I think that's really key. He understands that he needs to be out there really visible, not in ivory tower. He really pushed the culture of building. And these are just some notes that I had here. Instructing the school committee, I thought was really key. And that he sees this as a partnership, and that we share the same role, which is the same goals of doing what's right for the kids out there. He talked about a short-term entry plan, going out, meeting with constituents, stakeholders, the need to build separate relationships, and that gets to communication, which in my notes, he mentioned about 20 times, and that is really, really key, I think, on so many levels with the different constituents that we have, or that he has to work with. His first month plan, I thought, was good, and his 5-month plan, I thought, was realistic too, which is he's not coming in here to change the world.
Right.
Something that struck me very important that I think that the staff and the faculty would find to be very, very critical to them is that, he talked about how there's a lot of change and a lot of emotion that the faculty and the staff are going through with this. It's a huge change in the culture, and he's aware of that, and I think that's key. I will also say with his, I was very impressed with the attitude that he had towards principals and administrators on day-to-day, that he works as a support and not a micromanager, which is key. It gives, and he really concentrated on what he's saying is giving the tools to succeed. And couple that with the background of mentoring that he has is extremely impressive, because in the past year he's mentored, if I wrote this correctly, 8 new administrators, including a high school teacher, 3 middle school teachers, curriculum director. So, he supervises student teachers at Endicott College, and on the budget side of things, he's got that too. He teaches that at college level, how to plan school budgets. He's obviously been through some very tough situations as far as real crisis situations, and seems to have done well with that. He talked about different ways of taking a look at the budget, and immediately knew what to talk about, zero base or level service, and went on. And he's obviously built a really good rapport, according to the feedback that you got, with the different FinComs, which is really key, I think, on a town-by-town level also. So I know I just had a lot to say. I wrote down a lot, but and open book, doesn't like surprises, and the important thing was the kids. And I kind of, that Johnny Appleseed thing, as hokey and corny as that may be, I mean, that's awesome, So that's where I am on. That was
a great overview. Thank you, Miss Kathy.
I'll read the other Miss Kathy's comments.
Okay, Miss Kathy.
Okay, Kathy with the C. 41 years in education. He's been a teacher, principal, superintendent, college professor. He's been in Littleton and Foxborough, teaches at Salem State, UMass Lowell, Endicott College. Has done a lot of mentoring. He has the ability to share experience and make a difference. Has worked in many positions, broad base of experience to draw from. Enjoys learning, mentoring, making a difference. Mentoring is a passion. Has an entry plan and believes in visibility. When budget building, go back to mission statement and objectives. He improved the budget book. Believes in adult learning, professional development, and helping people grow and owning decisions and direction. Loves his job and career, has a lot to give, all about the kids.
Yep. Miss Nicole?
Well, do you just...
Oh, Kathy, do you have your own? I'm sorry, I thought
have a few.
that was Kathy. Cheers, these are
Yeah,
yours.
this is Kathy with a K.
Does anybody want a piece of chocolate? I apologize. I'm gonna pass out.
Have a chocolate. I've had cashews and peanuts. I'm good.
Okay.
Do you want me to wait?
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
All right.
It's been 4 hours with no food.
I think that in his opening statement, although he is a superintendent and teaches college and works at the the central office level, it's important for him to get a kid fix and be in the schools and be visible. He talked about, and I had never heard this. Oh, no, not that one. I had heard that. Oh, I think we asked about the school committee. He talked about being a teacher to us, or the school committee, and helping us by all the information we need to know and helping us understand it. And then the no surprises, the mentoring, big on adult learning, which I think is great. I like that he said that even though we are a high-performing district, that we can always get better and to look beyond just the one-shot MCAS deals and drill down a little bit at more formative types of things and make sure that people understand how to do that and then how to move forward. He said that we have to do a better job with PR, that's schools in general, and that has to be a cheerleader for the community. He said the school committee and the superintendents are a team, he's open and honest, and he serves at the pleasure of the school committee. I liked what he said about this Boxborough Leadership Forum, where all the department heads meet once a month, and each department head chairs this forum for 3 months. And then help build the understanding of the budget. And I think Kathy said that when you're planning the budget, it has to be focused on your mission and your belief statement, that the budget decisions need to support that. And he related everything to what teachers do. It's like a good lesson plan. And that really resonated for me, that when you just don't talk to people, you have a plan and you want to really work for their understanding. Let's see. Again, we ask kids to, Lynn mentioned this, we ask kids to take risks every day. We have to give adults the permission and the support and the safety to do the same thing. This was really, I don't think I've ever heard a superintendent say this in my experience, but I've always wanted to hear it. One of the issues with meetings and admin meetings and team meetings, and so often they take place during the school day, and it takes the administrator out of the building. He believes in working out a schedule with time to meet with his administrators so it doesn't impact the building. And I think that's huge. Not anybody, we're in the business of working for kids. You're a principal or a teacher or a curriculum person, you have to be in the building with the kids, with the teachers to do your job. And I can remember being, here for hours and wondering what was going on back at the ranch. The other thing he said that I really liked is about working with the leadership team, that he's a listener. He doesn't like to tell and direct. He likes to pose thoughtful questions and get people to sort of own it. And that's also, it's a quality of a good teacher, and it's an attribute of learning that you can get information or respond to questions and sort of have that give and take with somebody, really understand how to chart a course, etc. And understanding the change process. Change is hard. We're going through a lot of change. People are sensitive. Teachers are caring people. And so we need to be respectful and help understand any sort of change is a loss. Respect this and lay the groundwork of trust. So those were the things that stood out for me in his presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cole.
I can't really add a lot more. I seem to have highlighted a lot of the stuff that everyone else had. I just, around question 4, I noticed that he had not mentioned process or organization or hierarchy once. And every one of his answers was focused on people. Everything was focused on the staff, especially adult learning. He's a real champion of the teacher. And I don't know through the whole thing if he ever, again, everything came down to interpersonal relationships. That's what stood out for me.
Mark?
I just found his values as expressed as a person were very attractive. Among them, just saying that he articulates his desire to collaborate and to lead and to learn and to help others to learn and to listen. I feel like listening does a lot for him and people he works with. I appreciate that he articulates the need and process for having a plan, an entry plan, and following the plan after that. And also that as a leader and administrator, that the adults need to always be learning, and he wants people to experiment in their learning and therefore risking failure by learning and expecting that this is just part of improving things. And I appreciated also him articulating that he really sees that he needs to be in team with the school committee on their project of running the schools. Likewise, on the budget, I liked his statement, we need to always go back to the objectives and mission of the school. Why are we here? And then build from our objectives. And he has a vocabulary to help, I think, explain that well to everybody. And I feel like one of his concluding remarks, my integrity is important to me, really sums it up for him in a way that speaks to me. And it speaks to, I think, his mentorship, both wherever he was, as well as people who are growing into new positions. I just find that very important and attractive.
Okay, I'm not going to add very much. I think what was telling to me is he sees himself as a mentor. And number 7 question that Nicole asked, how would you, as the interim superintendent, focus on student achievement, work with the community, maintain and sustain the leadership team? And his response was, that's the role of the superintendent. And it was like, well, yeah. That was impressive. Anybody who talks about strong, open, collaborative communication and talks about it consistently is big time in my book, because it doesn't matter who you are or where you are, that's what it's all predicated on. He left us with some really impressive words: integrity, family, mentor. He doesn't ever want to stop learning. I believe in educating children and students, and I want people to be risk takers. Risk taking is one of those, we all want to be it, but we're all kind of, some people are afraid of it. But when you have ideas, I mean, and you'd like to try it, but you're not sure how, to know that you have a manager that's like, it's okay. Go ahead, and if you make a mistake, it's okay, as long as it's not like a $50 million mistake. But that was, the only thing that scared me was that whole free full day K thing, but we'll get to that later. But I think I think everybody kind of hit on the same thoughts.
Can I add something?
Sure,
Since
absolutely.
you brought that up, I admire the fact that he disagreed with it. Clearly, the community wanted it.
Yep.
And he saw it as setting up a situation where the people who could afford it could have it.
Exactly.
And he, I think it's a sign of his integrity that even though, and he supported it, he was like the loyal opposition type of a thing, but that impressed me that he would make his position clear, and really, it's really a way of advocating for the kid who may need it the most, who can't afford to go. But
Right. Right. Okay. And then Nancy Spitulnik. Lynn, I'm not going to ask you to go first because I know you're going to say no unless you want to. Lynn?
No.
Lynn, we miss you.
Okay, Neil, you're on.
So Dr. Spitulnik, I thought, brought a lot of very positive attributes to the table also. You know, she's got some deep experience, and I think, again, she came across as the perennial student, in that, you know, learning is just so important to her, and the idea of teachers teaching. And I think she's educator first, which I applaud. She's had some challenges in the districts that she's been working in, for sure. And she's, again, also had some very serious crises that she's had to walk through, and it appears she handled them very well, again, by references. You know, some of the real super positive things that I see is, again, her emphasis on emphasizing the positives. I see her approach, I think, is a common sense, all-inclusive approach. And I think her first month plan, again, getting to know people, introduction staff, leadership team, fitting into how things work, I think is key, because she is saying she's not here to muddy or ripple the waters, but guide the district through to the next leader. Her knowledge of teaching, or her desire to know the teachers and the staff as soon as possible, to know where they teach, what rooms, what they teach, I think is to be commended. And clearly, with the portfolio that she put together, she's very interested in being here in the district.
Yeah.
And let's see, a couple other things that I noticed that to me really stuck out. Again, working collaboratively with school committee members, advocating for the school district, and recognizing that we're both doing that same thing. We're advocating for the district and how important that is. Welcomes questions, and you know, her idea of setting up the transition for another superintendent to come in. She's worked a couple times now as an interim, so she's had that experience of bringing somebody on board and you know, providing them, as she said, quote, a good snapshot of the district. Curriculum instruction, she said, is her passion, and that's great for the the school district in, again, continuing the path that we're on.
I will now read from Kathy Tier's notes.
Kathy, would you like to read from Kathy Tier's notes?
I would be happy.
Thank you.
Many years in education as a teacher, principal, superintendent, strong instructional leader, passion for working with teachers, focus on goals of short-term, good listener, engage and respect teachers, principals, staff, and town leaders, advocate for staff, and ensure needs are understood and help with action plans. She's data-driven, has a lot of experience and easily share and advise, advice and actual experience, like her grant writing course. Works with the leadership team to focus on positives as well as needs and opportunities, much like a professional learning community. Advocate for school district and community focus with lots of examples of community events. Brought district forward during the time she was there.
Kathy Codian, would you like to share your thoughts?
I would love to.
Thank you.
Again, emphasis on the importance of communication, visibility, outreach. Something that she said stood out in terms of the most important part of school is what happens in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. She has done a lot of work. Getting to know people is important, but setting up the structures so that they can meet their own professional development goals and move the district forward. There isn't money in the district for professional development, but somehow she manages to get people on committees to work on a website or to work on technology or professional development. She's savvy enough to know how to work the grants, the entitlement grants that she spoke about to get some money to do the things that the budget won't allow. Again, talked about, even though scores are good, you gotta look, there's still room for growth, and that the MCAS or PARC is just one snapshot of student achievement, and that it's important to look at the day-to-day assessment data. And I know that's something we have spoken about a lot, the formative assessments and common assessments. And related to that is the notion of really being aware of what constitutes student progress. It's just not a score on an MCAS. She uses this strength and challenges protocol to get people talking and to build group cohesiveness. The faculty sees her as an advocate. She spends a lot of time in classrooms, likes to be with kids, to observe teachers, but also to interact with the kids. She's a teacher at heart, and to get a sense of what school is, you have to be with the kids. So those are my comments.
Nicole.
This woman spoke my language. She, her approach as far as having a beginning, middle, and an end, I was very impressed. I loved how she communicated her steps and realized that you have to finish this step before you can go to that step. Her strength and challenges protocol, I thought, was a great entry, when she was talking about what the first month versus the fifth month would look like, a really great entry into any district, and then knowing exactly what her marching orders were. And I think she communicated that very, very well. As far as, how she approaches the faculty and the staff, she obviously has high standards, but she communicates them, again, very well. But again, she talked a lot about supporting staff that takes initiative. Mm-hmm. And realizes that as an interim, that's kind of what her role her role is. She talked about site-based budgets, which I love. And then again, her answer as to if you would be available after 6 months, I thought was very poignant, in that she gets invested in her district, and I thought that was her best answer.
Mark?
I appreciated her similar conversation or process for entering a district, describing her notebook process to be acquainted with the processes and people of the organization. I feel like she has a deep understanding of the advantages of outreach and collaboration outside of the school district, meaning with the towns and the various parts of the towns and departments, and has really shown how that's possible to really connect with that. And I think, and similarly savvy about bootstrapping her own organization's capability to be shared among and within the organization, so that everybody can benefit from each other's different experiences and knowledge. So I appreciate that. I liked her description about her discussion of budgets where you had to make hard decisions, and having a tiered process to let people understand what the consequences of those decisions might be, you know. And I just get an overall sense of her promoting action, maybe not herself only, but through other people, to get other people to be able to move and act in a collaborative way that they may not have previously imagined they could do. So I think that's it.
Lynn, anything?
No, I'm all set. Sounds good.
She's funny. You're a cutie. Oh, okay. Sorry. I like her whole goal setting and process. Okay, and nobody's saying anything about it, but she has a process. She gets the process, and she gets results from her process. That's a big deal. Don't you dare write that down, Ann.
She gets, come on.
All right, whatever. I love that she kept saying, invite me into the classroom. And at first I was thinking, she's really soft-spoken. Is she going to be able to handle some of these people, you know, in our towns? And I think that she comes across as credible and strong and knowledgeable and really, really passionate about what she does. So I don't really have anything other than that. But when she said the job I love the most is she's a strong instructional leader, and that's the job I love the most. And it's like, well, I'm not an educator, but that kind of speaks volumes that you are a strong instructional leader. So, all right, folks. So I think we've had quite the evening, and I guess the question is there thought about, did one candidate stand out more for you that you would like to move on? Do you still want to have more discussion? Kath?
Is it okay if I go first?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. I really, I think if I had to choose, which you're asking me, right?
well, I'm asking the group,
okay,
but yes,
yeah,
you
yeah,
get to
yeah.
go first.
Yeah, I
Hang in
really,
there.
I would put forward Curt Bates. And I think there was a tough decision between him and Nancy, given their background. But I guess I'm thinking in terms of match. and some of the things, and a lot of, both of them said great things, but I like the fact that he's a listener and spends the time with people to, not to tell them what to do, because that's easy. I mean, just tell me what to do and put me out of my misery, but to really put the ownership on decision-making and learning on the learner, and the emphasis on adult learner. I like his energy, and he would be the one that I would put forward.
Okay, anyone else? Leo?
I would actually like to second that. I actually feel very strongly about Dr. Bates, and for a little bit different reason. I see two primary things that we have to really focus upon as a school committee for this interim period. And the number one is the budget, and the budget season that's about to
that's
approach.
right.
So we need to have somebody who's extremely versed in the budget process. Now we have Mr. King, also, who's been with the district and extremely versed, and I'll get to that in a moment. I think it's going to be hard to even come close to anybody with the budget knowledge that George has, but I think that Dr. Bates may in fact have that skill set potentially if he's teaching this, and teaching people how to put together budgets for schools. So that makes me feel comfortable going into that, coupled with the background information about just how successful he was with building really good relationships with FinCom and the efforts that he's done to sort of bring everybody together in understanding. That's the budget part. But then the other part, and this is where I think we differ a little bit, is that I don't see the interim as somebody who's coming in to start all these initiatives that they then have to unfortunately walk away from. And that may not be the same goal of whoever comes in for the full-time position. And I don't think we want to necessarily put the staff in that situation where they're starting to pursue something and then it sort of gets dropped or whatnot. So new initiatives aside, in my mind, the next thing I'm looking for is what can that person bring to the faculty and the staff? And I look at Dr. Bates' mentoring.
Right.
And on a mentoring side of things, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, you can have a dramatic impact on the people that you're mentoring in that period of time, which is evidenced by how many people he just got done mentoring last year. So I see that as a huge benefit for the district in that capability. And he's done it on all different levels, which I think is really key. And so that is probably the strongest reason why I would favor Dr. Bates.
Okay, thank you. Nicole?
If we are just going to talk about Dr. Bates, the Wednesday evening is an issue for me. I built my schedule around being here on Wednesday nights. So that is an issue for me. If I want to see the superintendent at the meetings, or if I want to be able to attend the meetings regularly. Ooh. It's January 20th.
January. Yeah.
January 20th, so most
Yeah,
of
it's
February.
7 weeks, I think he said, every Wednesday, January, February, probably.
Don't say Friday. And Needle won't show.
Ooh, party.
So we're looking at the potential of 3 to 4
Well, we don't have to solve for this
meetings
now, and you don't have to
directly
get
affected,
into
for
your
sure.
personal calendar now, but,
I'm just, putting that for me personally, probably shouldn't affect the whole group, but that is
well.
an issue for me. And given where we are in the school year, I like George. I like having someone who contextually understands the budget right now and does not need to get up to speed on anything. knows us, knows our priorities, and is frankly willing to push back on things and also work with us. I think he contextually understands the budget, whereas no one at the end of December, when we're really going to start ramping up the process, that we don't have to get another someone else up to speed, and no one is going to be as up to speed as him.
Okay.
I think, again, our newness, I think, requires some temperance, and that's what I think.
Okay. Yes, Kathy. Kathy Tier, you're gonna try to
Do you want to write it
smoke
out?
signal your question, and I'll repeat it.
This is just totally out of the box because of what you said.
It's out of the box. Yep.
Can we, if we were to hire George King as the superintendent, can we hire an interim assistant superintendent and principal? I'm just asking.
Say it again.
She's asking if we can hire an assistant superintendent and to take over all of George's.
Oh, for George's. Well,
All
so to that point, that's because I think I hear what you're saying, but I think about the backfill. So
I understand that. Can I answer to that? Because the backfill is, I think, a big question. Because yes, there are other roles that he has.
right.
If in fact we choose him for a 6-month period, the principal role at Hale will need to be filled. And I think provides opportunity for someone to be an interim within our staff who has shown that they would like to. It gives us the opportunity to support that staff member who either wants to try being a principal to see if that's where they want to go, or to prove themselves that they could be a principal. I think it helps us to support that particular staff member. Hiring a business manager to take over his role, I don't think is going to be done. He would hold the role of superintendent and business manager.
Okay, so I'm going to just jump in for a second, because right now George is, outside of acting, he is the assistant superintendent who manages the budget for the district and is the principal of the Hale School. So we would be saying to him, you're going to be the interim superintendent, and you're still going to keep the assistant superintendent role. We're going to find somebody to do the principal role, but we're also going to make sure that you still have to do, which is a separate function in almost every other district, the business manager role. So now, I think that's too much.
Well, as he sat here and explained to us the night that we were going through the two versus roles, what kind of time he spent being the principal was, what was it, 80% of his time?
Well, when did he say
I
that?
believe that's what he,
I believe the statement that the superintendent made was that Mr. King spends 80 to 90 hours a week at his jobs. I think it's in minutes to that effect.
well then is there a way we could perhaps ask him what would happen? If in fact we chose him to be the superintendent?
What do you mean, what would happen?
What would happen what does he see as the interim superintendent? What does he see happening to his role at Hale? What does he see happening to the business manager role? What does he see happening to the assistant superintendent role?
Based on conversations I have had with him, I think he fully expects that there would be, and just what you said, that someone from the district who may be looking for an opportunity, who may be ripe for an opportunity, could kind of move into an interim principal position. I I'm pretty sure he doesn't think that there is an opportunity for someone else to come in and manage that budget.
And so that's what I'm saying, it would be him.
Well, I think that it's unrealistic to give George the budget and the superintendent role, because this year, our budget season is going to be so different, and not just because we are new to it. We're not that new. I mean, we've all been drinking from the fire hose. But I think that I'm going to be asking for several different scenarios based on how things work. So it's not going to be a one and done or a three and done or, okay, we'll kind of negotiate on this a little bit or figure that out. It's going to be so what if we take this and move this here? What does that do to the whole, domino effect of this particular area? That's going to be a lot of work, and I know he can do it like this.
Can I just ask one question about
Yeah.
that? So, I understand where you're coming from, Nicole, but my question to that is, how are we serving the children and the teachers by making one person the superintendent and the budget manager, when they're gonna have to spend going into the budget season all their time in the budget and working on that? I mean, this is the time when everything's coming in. They effectively, I mean, somebody can say they're gonna work 120 hours a week, whatever, but you can't be the same place at the same time. And I just don't see how that effectively does what we're here to do, which is to make sure that we put the kids in a great position and help the teachers. And that's just how I see it. And I mean,
This is going to help the teachers. This budget cycle is, I think we all know, is going to be a very different budget cycle. And that is going to set some long-term standards, for lack of a better word, for going forward. And that is going to help the district. I sat in this room a lot over the last several weeks and was told how important our teachers are to the district, and that the teachers are what make this district. And the superintendent is support, for lack of a better word, but we have really great teachers, and that they can pull this district through this transition for the next several months. That the superintendent's role was to get the donuts out the door, the day-to-day operations for the next 6 months, while we focus on getting a match in the permanent role.
And there's no guarantees that it will be a 16-month or an 18-month. We just don't know, right? So we just have to keep that in mind. Kathy?
George would still be the assistant superintendent and the director of, he's the one that presents it. So he would still play that role. My concern, and I think we articulated this when we talked about the one person, two roles, and it might have been Kathy Tier that said, well, we've made this position for one person who can do it. What happens if that person goes away? So you start backfilling. So there may be a teacher who's interested in being the assistant principal, so you put them at Hale, then you have to fill a classroom position or an assistant principal at one of the schools that goes for experience, and then somebody's an assistant principal short. And I think that George can still play to his strengths in his current role, and I think that we need, or my feeling is that we need somebody to help us with this transition. One of the things that Curt said that resonated for me, among other things, was his understanding of change. You know, that it's, no matter how good it is, there's always a sense of loss. And you have to respect that in people, and we're going through a lot of that now. And for someone to have that understanding, and all the other things that you look for in a superintendent, an instructional leader, an educational leader. We still have George to do the budget, but what about all the other stuff? And that's just my opinion.
Mark, can you share your thoughts?
I am impressed by both Curt Bates and Nancy Spitulnik. I think they're both very capable people. I like Curtis more, and I think he has a great deal to offer to the leadership of the entire district, all the principals and the teachers, as well as the administrative staff. And I think Nancy does too, and I feel some regret that I would say we really appreciate that you came, and we're sorry that we can't have you. And where I sit is I would like to invite Curt Bates to become an interim superintendent.
Okay, thank you. That was pretty succinct, by the way.
Yeah, good job.
Good job.
He wrote it down.
Kathy, Kathy Tier, you have the floor, and we're all listening, because you can't speak.
I'm still very undecided yet. I'd like to hear from
Lynn, Kathy says you're up.
No, she can speak, she's doing great.
Actually, she said you're up.
She said,
You're up. Lynn?
I'm right here. I wish I could have seen, Nancy was very quiet, so I didn't catch everything, so I wish I could have heard her, and I wish I could have seen her. But I'm having a hard time with staying the same. We've had the same for 13 years, and I would like to see some change.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Well, it means I'm down to 2.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did one person stand out for
I
you?
have to say that Curt stood out, but like I said, it seems to me like Nancy was more of a doer than a talker. And I don't know. Like I said, I wish I could have seen her.
Well, you can jump online and see it.
Oh, no, I tried that. I couldn't get, it said there was nothing scheduled. I couldn't do it.
Her persona is very calm, focused, credible, confident.
All things we can use.
I think Kurt's persona was credible,
Articulate.
absolutely. I think Neil's
He
comment
was also
on
very concise.
the demographic was definitely resonant. I think George King provides continuity. We definitely have confidence in his ability to get us through the budget season. He knows where the levers already are. Now, that's not to say that George would still be the assistant superintendent if he weren't selected for this position. I would hate to see him disappointed by it. So that's, I don't want,
Can I just ask a very snarky question?
only if you consider changing your dates from Wednesday to another night, but go ahead.
Stop it.
I'm teasing her.
If we knew ahead of time George's roles and the conflicts that would create, why did we interview him?
What do you mean if we knew?
We were worried about his business manager, the assistant superintendent, and the position at Hale. And the thing is, we're talking about it, but we don't know what those solutions are. We're saying that we think that there would be another backfill situation within the district. We think that he wouldn't take he wouldn't replace the business manager role. We don't know what those answers are.
Those answers are irrelevant if that's the candidate you want to put in the role. We'll figure it out.
Can I say,
Go ahead.
I'm not here to talk about what Mr. King doesn't have in his interview, and I'm not going to go into what he doesn't have. But I can say that we all had resumes to look at. We all have backgrounds to look at. We all have references, courtesy of Kathy, to listen to. And today we were able to ask questions. And my decisions were based on the answers to the questions. And the answers to the questions, I felt that both the other candidates have a very deep level of knowledge and experience as superintendents. Again, Dr. Bates led a transition, and we're looking at a transition taking place here. I mean, so the depth and the knowledge of the answers that the other two candidates gave is what makes them rise above, not Mr. King sink below. I don't know if I'm
That is a good
clear on
answer.
that, but
That is a very good answer.
that's where it is for me on that tonight. I mean, I'm sorry, but.
No, that's a good answer.
All right, Kathy Tier, you're up, and you are not walking away, girl.
So, I have a lot of faith in George King.
She has a lot of faith in George King.
I think he's very honest. I think he's incredibly responsive.
He's honest and responsive.
I like working with him. So, I already have that relationship. So, for that, for me, that's already a one-up. Just because and I know he already has that relationship with many. So, that to me already pushes him.
So Kathy has a good relationship with Kathy. She already trusts him, so that gives him a leg up.
No, that's not really what I said.
But that's not really what I said. For goodness sake.
I said that I'm sure, just like I have that relationship with George, others in the district would have a
Oh,
relationship.
well, I didn't catch that at all.
So, do you want to say that?
Did you catch that?
Just
Oh.
as she has a relationship with George, others in the district
Right.
could develop a good
Like
relationship
other
with
people in the
George.
district have.
That they could develop. Is that what you said?
No, but they do have.
Okay, okay.
Yes, go ahead, Kath.
Already have. What I like about Nancy and Curtis is that they have already been superintendents. They've been teachers, which I think is really a big deal.
Okay, so Kathy just said that Nancy and Kurt have been teachers and superintendents, and that's a big deal.
So that to me brings them, so now they're back on par because they all have one strength that I think is really important. So that's why I'm having a hard time finding a true leader out of the three, because I think they all have some really great qualities. If I had to vote right now, I would vote for Curtis because I think he has a nice level of confidence and I like the mentoring. I like what that could bring. It's like an added bonus. So if there was one added bonus out of those three, to me, Curtis has that one bonus.
You
Okay.
have to say what she said now.
That's
Oh, I'm sorry. She said if there was one person out of the three that I had to select right now, it would be Curt Bates.
He has the mentoring, which I think is one more.
Because of the mentoring strength that he has.
Which is one more
Which is one more
plus.
plus. Which is one more plus. In his.
And I would agree with that, because that was a concern we had.
Okay, so Lynn, are you gonna weigh in now? Did you already?
Just agreeing with Kathy.
So
She's agreeing with Kathy.
you're agreeing with Kathy on the attribute versus the candidate.
Correct.
Do you have a preference for the candidates?
So we're stating preferences right now?
Yeah, that,
Okay. At this time, I have to say I prefer Kurt. He's at the top of my list right now.
okay. So, I think George would make a good go of it. I do. I think George would have an opportunity to step outside, you know, what he's been doing, and have an opportunity to kind of come into his own. He's got ideas that are unique and fresh, and he's starting to share them. And I think that George would add value. I do. I think that George, what was refreshing for me to hear tonight that I didn't expect was that he acknowledged that last year there were some difficult communication issues that he was involved in. And for him to acknowledge that freely and without apology, just felt like this is a different George King. And so I could go there. I would go there. The thing I'm fearful of is I'm afraid of George being so stretched thin over the next 3 months that yes, okay, we could find, I mean, we've got Patrick Perkins minding the shop down there. I mean, there's very few other than perhaps Ken Tucker, but who would do such a fabulous job for us. So we're gonna have to do something anyway at that, if George were to move into this role. I think that expecting someone to handle assistant superintendent, superintendent, business manager at the same time is ridiculous, unrealistic, and we're setting him up not to succeed, and I'm not going to do that to George. Now that said, George could say, well, you know what, I'm leaving, I'm going somewhere else, so we'd be in a similar spot. But I'm fearful, George is too valuable for us to remove him from everything he's doing right now, even though he could provide some oversight. I really like Nancy because I think she's a doer. She would get it done. But I think as far as experience and a fit for this district, I think Curt Bates would represent our district in a way that would continue the reputation that we have and build on it. I mean, he would represent us well. I'm not saying that to convince you or anybody else, but I mean, I really had a struggle with George. I really, really did, because I think George could do some good things. And I think George should have the opportunity to do some good things. But I think based on where we are right now, and all the different levers that there are, I'm afraid to take George King out of his current role, and that's not fair, but I don't want to upset that apple cart right now. So, based on this, does anyone want to make a motion? Kathy?
I move that we appoint Dr. Curtis Bates to the interim superintendency pending successful contract negotiation.
Second.
Neil, so do we have a second?
Second.
Neil seconded. Is someone taking notes for me? And discussion before we vote on this. That's enough discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Do you have to do a roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote. Lynn, I'm sorry, you're on the phone.
Yes.
Let me grab my,
She has verbiage, she has, no, actually, it's not.
here. Sorry. Okay. Kathy, you want to run down? I should give it to you.
Yep. Okay. The motion is to appoint Dr. Curtis Bates to the interim superintendency pending successful contract negotiation. Lorraine Moscow?
Yes.
Nicole? Or
No.
Curt? Kathy Codian? Yes. Lynn Coletti?
Yes.
Neil Darcy,
Yes.
Mark Jones,
Yes.
Kathy Tier,
Yes.
okay.
So it's 6,
6 yes, 1
1
no,
against,
and 0 abstain.
so the motion passes. Okay, so next steps, I will contact each of the candidates to let them know the outcome. I will contact Mr. Bates, Kathy. We'll kick this back to personnel
To do what?
to, well, we're getting the
I
contract
think
from.
we need advice in
From
terms
Dorothy.
of Dorothy, yeah, and
Right.
contract negotiations, so I'll be in touch with her tomorrow.
Right, okay, perfect.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
We need to set a date for a potential conversation for this committee as a whole, perhaps sooner than
For
usual.
what?
Contract negotiations or other,
The contract
Perhaps.
negotiations are different than for
Right.
a permanent superintendent,
okay.
and we've, are getting advice and model contracts from MASC. As we mentioned, you may recall that the interim receives a per diem rate, they don't get any benefits, and it will, as Dr. Bates mentioned, there are some dates when he won't be available, et cetera. So we will work on that and bring it forward to the school committee, hopefully by next week. But I think that I'll have to talk to Dorothy to see who's involved with, I would imagine it would be you, in having a conversation with Dr. Bates.
Regarding his,
Contract.
yeah.
Is there anything else to the process that we should
Right now, no.
speak to so that people understand the
No, I think
balance of the
right-
process?
So right now, I think what Kathy just says, we'll contact each of the, I'll contact each of the candidates tomorrow. Thank you. And then Kathy will contact Dorothy at the MASC, because we did ask on a conference call earlier this week to provide us with some model contracts that they've already vetted through their legal staff. And then we'll get in touch with Dr. Bates once we have the data on that. But, he said he'd be ready to go in January if this works out. So it's not a done deal, it's
Can
the
I just ask?
board's, voted to, extend him the offer, but we still have to get through some contract negotiations to finalize the whole thing. Yes?
Anne, will this actually be in tomorrow's paper?
Poor Cindy doesn't know right now. She keeps asking me for updates, and so, yeah, I was just thinking that.
I'm asking because I don't know if it would be a courtesy to perhaps notify the 3 candidates before tomorrow's paper comes out.
Oh, well, I'm gonna call George tonight,
Okay, all right.
and then I'm gonna call the other 2, excuse me, folks in the morning, unless you'd like to make a phone call.
I will do whatever you ask me to
You're a
do.
good girl.
Won't be, whatever it is, it won't be lengthy. There's just, she's gonna get the paper out in about an hour, so, it'll be offered to Curt Bates, who, former Boxborough superintendent, more later. So,
All right.
that's about it.
Thank you very much. Alrighty, I think at this point, we have exhausted this evening. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. It's been a good 5 hours.
Good Lord.
I think that's it. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Do we need to do a roll call for this too?
We
Oh,
do.
we do? Okay.
We do.
I move, we adjourn the meeting.
I second.
All right, and Kathy seconds. Okay, hold on a second, Lynn. Roll call. Lorraine, yes. Nicole?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Yes, 2 Kathys.
Lynn Coletti?
Yep.
Neil Darcy? And Mark Jones.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, folks. It is unanimous.
You guys should have snacks, you've been here all
Well, we were going to try to cut down a restaurant, but I think.
Not
that's-
really.
Bye, ladies.